Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG, game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. It has been quite the busy week. We did miss Thursday and Saturday last week. I do apologize for that, but I was happy that we were able to catch Stray on launch day. I had such a great time over there. Tears were shed. I loved playing as the cat, who looked quite similar to my late cat Maple, and that's why I was so emotionally attached to the game. But we're almost halfway through Stray, and it's actually quite a good game. Of course, a lot more could have been drawn from its setting. A lot of baggage there, but that could have been explored, perhaps to tell a better story. But right now, we're not done with it yet. It is just about a cat finding their way home. And in a way, it's kind of like a spiritual ode that it was passion. Off camera. One of my cats is the zoomies right now, as usual. Anyway, Stray's been quite the journey, but not feeling 100% right now, so we're gonna go back to our regular schedule as usual. Tuesdays we've been playing Citizen Sleeper, and it's been a pretty relaxing tabletop-inspired experience. Well, relaxing in the sense that it doesn't demand too much out of the gameplay, but emotionally and story-wise, things are starting to escalate in terms of being hunted down, not just by the corporation that wants us because they're not, some big corporations aren't a fan of their proprietary technology getting out into the wild, and also the station itself, the hunters in the cloud, trying to worry about, hey Izzy, it's been so long, Izzy. How's it going? I do apologize. Yeah, I did announce on Twitter, 2 weeks ago, I was down with COVID. So I was like, I pretty much couldn't do anything for like 2 weeks. So that's why I missed 2 weeks, and then I just recovered, and then I had to go out of town for family stuff. And then now we just got back, but now I have a cough and cold. Thankfully, it's not COVID again. It's not COVID take 2. It's just the flu now. But at least I'm able to get in the seat and enjoy some Citizen Sleeper. Yeah, I got the old COVIDs. It's just, thankfully the symptoms were mild. But it still knocked me out. Like, I really wanted to get back into gaming, and it was just a relief once I returned, playing Citizen Sleeper and Stray. Stray, of course, was really heartwarming because, I love cats. I freaking love cats. Korgol, how are you feeling? I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better now, I hope. Okay, you're still locked up. Well, I am here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you still gotta work, you still gotta do that. In my case, I must thank you as well, Korgol. I don't know if I told you. No, I did tell you about this already. They love the script thanks to all the input you guys gave in. So that's moving forward. I do still have some revisions to make, and I'll get in touch with the director soon, but I will have announcements later on for the thing I was writing on. Yeah, it is made for cat lovers, I guess, but I'm trying to divorce myself from, like, someone asked me, okay, how are you finding Stray? And I'm like, it's hard for me to be objective about it because I kind of pegged it as a spiritual journey for me, like, because basically that cat is how I imagine my own cat, in a backpack going on adventures. So in a way, I kind of made it as a way to help me cope with the loss of my pet. Yeah, exactly, and I do embrace that. So when people ask me like, oh, how is it? I heard it's like too short, or it's pretty shallow, it's not a really great game. I'm like, yeah, for me it is. But yeah, I am not done with it yet. I've got through the first hour. I will say, I was starting to, the objective part of me was wondering, where is this really going? And it's not until you get the bot, it's not until you get your partner robot, I think that's after the first hour, that you actually get to interact with the world, look for memories, get more of the backstory about the setting, and the world starts to open up. I think I've heard of Unsighted, but anyway, I will say though that that first hour of Stray, it's a very long tutorial, and you don't. I remember it takes a while until you find your robot companion, and I was starting to get a bit, I was getting a bit tired of okay, when what I don't get to like interact with the world, or like, this is it. We're just like jumping on these fairly linear paths. Still very impressed by the animations and the cat. But then again, once we finally got the bot and we started to meet other denizens of the setting, that okay, now it's opening up and I feel a bit more immersed in it. And our interface through the world, since we are just a cat, is the robot. The robot's the one that feeds you memories about the setting and communicates with the people, the robots there. So that's when I started to be like, okay, cool. But yeah, actual platforming, it's no puzzle solving. Like it's a very casual, relaxing game, and I didn't really expect much more from that. I'm just glad that it wasn't a failure. That's it. I'm just so glad because it is my most anticipated game for the year, and it didn't fall flat on its face. It landed, excuse me, not really a pun, but it landed on all 4 feet. Yeah. So yeah, it's just my own personal bias. I just freaking love cats. I'm a cat dad. The cats are looking at me right now, but yeah, that's it. Live a live. Yo, yeah, I heard about that. Um, Again, 2022 hitting us with all this. It's like 2 weeks. 2 weeks of my life just like zoomed by and it was all a blur. All I did was get into gacha games for my COVID entertainment, which is a very big mistake to get into gacha games during the anniversary events and collaborations with Nier Automata and Persona 5. But now I'm back on the computer and taking some time off the gacha games because the compulsion is there to like I need to complete my I need to get my sad robots. But yeah, I heard about Live a Live. Unsighted was something people have been telling me to play as well. So thank you again for reminding me about these recommendations. But we're taking it slowly. I will be finishing my playthrough of Stray over the week. Whenever I find the time, it's gonna be another busy week. But thankfully, in terms of gaming now, yeah, Punishing Grey Raven was surprisingly smooth. Like I was super like, how can you put an action game on mobile? And then but somehow the how they tailored the gameplay for mobile in terms of the three things, kind of like, the match 3 RNG gacha feel while you're hacking stuff up and looking awesome. It actually plays very smoothly. Translation Localization problems aside, like I think I can tell what they wanted to go with the story. I mean, the developers, they did already say that they were of course inspired by Nier Automata. So, about the reclaiming androids reclaiming the world for humanity and them questioning their own existence and purpose, etc., etc. But a lot of the localization falls flat and it takes so long to grow on you. But I've started to, these characters have started to grow on me, kind of. And then, I've been keeping at it. The first act was really but then now the collaboration they have ongoing with Untold Naraka, it's obviously like this is a collaboration with Nier Automata. The developers obviously love their source material or their inspiration, their touchstone. So they made sure that the story surrounding that and the characters themselves, the collaboration characters themselves, it is just so amazing seeing A2, 2B, and 9S just kicking ass again, and looking as amazing as they were on Automata. Okay, you mentioned there's another game inspired by Nier Automata. Right, okay. I'm putting that again before I forget. Yeah, I was looking at, there's this time when there's like a dearth of games and I didn't know what to play, and Unsighted kept showing up on charts. So this is a sign. This is a sign, like how I think, what's that again? What's that game? Frack. And it's one of those things where the game just keeps popping up and trying to remind you, hey, I'm still here. I was recommended to you like 10 times. Why don't you try me out? Where is that? Stream history. Yeah, I put it on stream history. I have like a notepad here whenever I stream just to get those things out of the way. Uh, just I don't know anything about Live a Live, but is it somehow related to Kill a Kill? Or did they just like try to have the same title? Oh shoot. Bayonetta 3 Special Edition. What is in the Special Edition? Please tell me. Because Bayonetta 3 is also one of the things I was looking out for the most this year. If it comes up, if the Special Edition comes up on in our local for our local dealers, I'm definitely gonna be getting onto that. I was wait. I was lucky to be able to secure the second tier of the God of War Ragnarok Collector's Edition. I really wanted the one that came with metal dice and a map and everything, but that was sold out within a minute. Is he freaking like the pre-orders of that of the Jotnar edition was just eaten up. I don't know by scalpers or whatever. But point is, a minute and it is all gone. And not an hour after I finished, not after an hour of pre-ordering the second, the one step below that, the one with wooden dice, which is fine, wooden dice but no map. It still has Mjolnir on it. Not after an hour of pre-ordering that, it's already sold out. So holy crap! If I slept on that, that's it. So at least I'm getting Mjolnir, but I really wanted that map and the metal dice. Not like I use dice anymore. I mean, I have a bunch of dice I'm not even using because, you know, physical games are not yet totally back. But anyway, Live a Live, inspiration for Octopath Traveler. Oh god, huge art book, replaceable cover art. Oh god. Okay, it's a USA Walmart thing. Let me actually check if. Oh, nice. It does look amazing. Holy crap. Is this coming to the Philippines? Shit, I really hope it does. Okay, I'm definitely getting this as soon as it shows up locally. I cannot miss out on this. You know, I don't even know how I got into Bayonetta. I don't even remember why I started playing the first one. I just remember enjoying it so much that, yeah, I became a huge fan of Bayonetta. Yeah, Korgol, the God of War weebs are too fast. You know, all the fanboys of Kratos are just gobbling it all up. Okay, pre-orders aren't up yet. I mean, at least for our locally, it's not yet up. I'm tempted to like get, you know, have it shipped from the States or something. But I mean, I'll look into that. Bayonetta is something, of course, I really want to immortalize through merch, you know. Okay. Okay, I do like those things. I think kind of like an anthology of adventures. I do like that. Yeah. I did play the first Devil May Cry. I finished 1 and 2. I think I did finish 1 and 2, but you know, I loved it, but there's something about Bayonetta and everything about it that just just hooked me in to the franchise. Yeah, and understandably, it's no God of War, and it is a Switch exclusive, so at least there'll be more opportunities to get a special edition if it ever comes here locally. But you know, what did I expect for God of War? It's like pre-orders are up, less than a minute out of stock. Not surprised. But yeah, for those who haven't played Bayonetta, um, yeah, yeah. No, I'm gonna put on the kids mode, Korgal. I'm gonna put on the kids mode in case people walk in. But no, it wasn't even because of that. In fact, I was so it is Bayonetta. But here, it's like it was so over the top, but she was so confident in herself that you could not call it fan service anymore. There was just something about how Bayonetta exuded all that sexual energy and how it was just part of her as a character as she was shooting things up in the most impractical ways, anime style. Doing, of course, like your Devil May Cry crazy, unnecessary reload energy and shooting and attaching guns to your heels. It is so. It's just there's this is Bayonetta. You're freaking awesome. I was like, oh, like our previews is like this is a bit much. I want to actually play it. It's like it's so cheesy. It's so intentionally cheesy and over the top that you're just like, this is just a fun ride. Oh, so the developer Devil May Cry went on to make Beautiful. I also love Beautiful Joe. And what else did they make? The thing about heroes, I didn't finish it. The thing where you control like a mob of superheroes. But yeah, Beautiful Joe is also super fun. I love Beautiful Joe. But yeah, if you have not played Bayonetta, I do recommend it. Not to like compete with Devil May Cry, but to help scratch that itch as well. Bayonetta's a really cool gal, and it's a really fun game. Wonderful 101. There we go. I also really loved what's his name? The owner of the bar there. He's a really cool cat as well in Bayonetta. But anyway, it's a fun thing, and I am excited for it. I'm excited for the third one. Where did I? Okay. So what else do we got here? Oh yeah, sorry, I just saw a thing about the ads. It is Twitch will hit you with those pre-roll ads. Can't do anything about that. But I got it. Unsighted and Live a Live. God, there are more things coming out, and I'm just gonna take it one step at a time and enjoy the experience. Later on, why I got into Citizen Sleeper, by the way, is because this month I have to check on that. This month they're releasing a free update as well, which will be adding a new story. So that's why I wanted to catch up with that. And so far the experience has been okay. We played one session. It is pretty lighthearted. Not lighthearted. The narrative's pretty heavy, but it's a pretty light on gameplay. It's more like a board game actually. It's a board game with it's a dice placement board game with like a tabletop RPG-esque narrative. So we're gonna see a lot of text. I'm gonna be reading a lot, but hopefully, but the story's coming together, and my head it is the way it's written. Or Citizen Sleeper has been actually written quite well. That it's very evocative, and I can really visualize what's going on. And now I understand why a lot of people compared it to Disco Elysium. If you have not played the game yet, Disco Elysium is also something that is really heavy on text, heavy on dialogue, but it is just a very colorful setting with an amazing cast. So this is Citizen Sleeper, and we're going to be continuing. This is the second session. Project GG. What is this? Oh no. Finale of his hero games. Tencent gave Platinum Games a massive cash injection. Holy crap. Tencent is like, we know you, Kamiya. Here you go. Here's 100 million to do the game you want to play. The game you want to make. Okay. Something to look out for again. Project GG. Yeah, what happened? Like, but yeah, I guess Platinum has to make up for what happened with Babylon's Fall. Was it? Am I right about that? Babylon. I guess that is made like with the B team, and it didn't. It became a meme. Okay, Project GG. In terms of other action games, since you also brought up gacha and now like these action games, I'm now reminded that I think there's a new gameplay preview for Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves. I'm still not over the title. Wuthering Waves. Why don't they just say Withering Waves? Anyway, Wuthering Waves from the creators of Punishing Gray Raven. They're actually they're basically taking their combat engine, adding more layers to it, and expanding it into an open world. Because Punishing Gray Raven is basically just an arena-based action game, and it gets tiring after a while without many gameplay modes. So the developers, that's what they're coming out soon with. It's a new generation of gacha games. Coming out from after Genshin Impact, we're now going to be seeing, I think, one Tower Fantasy, Arknight's Endfield, which is from the makers of Arknight, Wuthering Waves from Punishing Gray Raven, and I think you're trying, Genshin Impact kind of raised the bar in terms of, gacha games don't just have to be glorified visual novels. Let's try to exploit more people and their wallets through open world gameplay that's actually good. So Genshin Impact raised the bar to that, raised the standard of that, and then now we're gonna, Arknights is a great game, a tower defense style. It's super free to play friendly as well, and I started to really love the cast and the art style. And then now that but tower defense was not really my primary genre. So when they announced Arknight's Endfields, which is also going to be like an action adventure game, set in the Arknight's world, that also got me excited. Yeah, and Wuthering Waves, I'm pretty sure from Punishing Gray. Thank you for that, Redeem. Korgol, I, oh god! My microphone! Okay, that is... my microphone arm unclamped from the table, chat. I'm gonna have to fix that before we start. But I'm holding it right now, so I guess I'm a host holding the microphone. Anyway, I was just about to say that my microphone was low. That's why I find myself like crouching, like leaning forward towards the camera. So I was about to fix my mic, and then I just did that. Anyway, yeah, Wuthering Waves, that's something I'm also looking forward to. And from Genshin Impact themselves, from MiHoYo, is Zen Zero. Anyway, it looks cool, aesthetic super cool. It's a lot of street fashion, really grungy, really punkish. But anyway, Zen Zero is from them naman. And then what else? This is the next generation now of the gacha games, and not also the Honkai Star Rail. So yeah, it's these beloved universes, and they're trying to bring it forward into more modern gameplay that'll actually stand on its own, right? Because a lot of gacha games, they just end up being glorified visual novels with auto battles and It's basically AFK games. You just log on once in a while. They entice you to purchase things to complete your collection. Most of them don't really have an engaging story at all. But there are some really, really fun ones where I started to really get attached to the cast and want to know more about the world. One thing I will recommend is Alchemy Stars. I got into that because of the Persona 5 collaboration and Persona 5 Royal, specifically Royal, because you could actually get Kasumi, so, or Violet. So yeah, that's, or I guess it's a spoiler. Anyway, Kasumi and Violet. So slash Violet. So you could get the whole cast there, and it is. And I found out, the art here is actually pretty great. They share a lot of artists with Arknights. Arknights also has really stellar art direction. So, and then the way you get to interact with the cast, and that was one of my complaints. You collect all these characters in your gacha games, and Rexira, welcome in. I should pet the cat, but I need to fix my microphone because you can see I'm like, the arm detached itself. No problem. I will pet the cat. As soon as I put the mic back, my arm is getting tired. Anyway, then we'll get back to it. Be right back, like a few minutes. I'm gonna attach the mic and then get the cat. Okay, crisis averted. The I was worried something snapped, but it just I just needed to slot the microphone back in because the tension was too tight. Anyway, where are the? I guess the cats got freaked out by the microphone clamp falling, that they fled. Maya. And Maya's asleep. Darn. But thank you for redeeming that, Rexira. I will be sure to I will be sure to pet the cats. They deserve all the pets. Especially since I was gone for like a week. Or almost like 3 weeks straight. Maya. Yeah, Maya's like just chilling. Where's Passion? I don't know if you can see the cat though. But that's the boss's chair. Oh, not the boss. It's the boss's sleeping area, like down there. She's just like, let me sleep. I'll pet the cat there. You know, if the cat doesn't want to come to you, you go to the cat for the pets, right? Okay, achievement unlock. Pet successfully delivered. Of course, she's the boss, right? It's like, I'm not going over there to get pets. It's your job to come to me and give me the pets. So thank you for redeeming that, Rex here. It's good to see you again, despite the odd hours again. I understand. Weird hours, but we're here. So we're back after after a relatively long hiatus. Just easing myself back in with Citizen Sleeper. So Citizen Sleeper is a tabletop RPG inspired video game about surviving in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. So we play as a sleeper, a human consciousness transferred into a android frame. Oh no, are you serious? 4 days still Xenoblade 3? What happened? I was supposed to be, I'm gonna play Xenoblade 1 and 2 before 3. And then now it's releasing in 4 days. Come on. Okay, that's totally my fault. But have fun with Xenoblade 3. It's gonna be one hit after another, isn't it? Oh god, I need to play 1 and 2. Okay, noting that down again. You know, I haven't even finished Aegis Rim, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim yet. It's just, I just, once I was down with COVID, it's just like a blank slate. Okay. Xenoblades 3. Do not forget about that. Are there reviews already out? Or is it, is there still a review embargo out for Xenoblades 3? How are the reviews coming in there? You know, I mean, if I want to play the game, reviews aren't gonna stop me. But I still do look at them for their varied insights. Anyway, where is that? Okay. Yep, Soul Hackers 2 is another thing. When they mentioned that it is basically Persona, but Cyberpunk, like, okay, let's go. Okay, so I'll get back to you on that once it's finally released. Once the review embargo is up, will Xenoblade 3 be getting 90 to 95? Well, that is pretty tough. Time zones can be a challenge, Rixira. But, just hopefully just welcome in. Thanks again for choosing this channel to hang out in. And, alright, welcome to the table. Hopefully, it'll be another relaxing stream today. But yeah, Soul Hackers 2, definitely have to remind myself to get that. It's a good year for gaming. I will say it again. Very good year. Speaking of gaming, I'm playing Citizen Sleeper on Game Pass. Game Pass is getting even more day one stuff. I'm looking forward, aside from Stray, which is my most anticipated one, another thing I was really looking forward to was A Plague Tale Requiem. Requiem? Plague Tale Innocence was something that I actually, it's a short, linear action adventure game, but I don't know. I just really got into it. I really love the characters. I love the setting. And the sequel looks like it's going to be expanding it a lot. So I'm excited to just get at the boots of Amicia again and see what happens with their superior rat technology. That's what they're bragging about, right, in the first game, that look at these rat swarms and how they're rendered. We can render a million, like 1,000 rats. It's like, ooh, wow. Look at all those rats. But then they actually serve a purpose in the game. And it wasn't just it wasn't superfluous technology. It actually added a lot to the game, And it's important to get those rats rendered properly. And you'll see why. So I'm really excited to know what happens. They were stuck in this island. They were trying to get away. But now the sequel is about, now we're out here in the world. Oh no, what happens? So yeah, that's gonna be day one on Game Pass, as well as a bunch of other games. So again, it's just all these different things coming out. But yeah, a Plague Tale, that's on my top, right? Stray, Plague Tale. Actually, God of War is God of War. Like, I really love the first game, but I'm looking forward to Bayonetta 3 more and these other stuff. Anyway. What other stuff? Oh, well, in terms of the series, and other stuff, other media, I'm cautiously optimistic about Lord of the Rings. That's coming out 2 months now, in September. God. Oh, I really hope it's good. I really, really hope it's good. Italy, I'm not sure. I haven't been following the previews because I want to surprise myself. But yeah, they are going out into the wider world, and I'm assuming you finish the game. It's a huge thing. What happens when the plague is no longer contained to one island. So anyway. Yeah, I will be caught up in the hype, obviously, when God of War starts coming out. Fortunately, I'll be able to play it on launch and not 4 years down the road. So at least I'll be able to cash in on that hype train and join in the discussions and rave and rant about things with my friends and all that, since we'll all be playing God of War together. But yeah, that's still some days off. I'm just looking forward most to the Lord of the Rings series, Bayonetta 3, Stray, which is released, and I'm pleasantly surprised that it's not a failure. And the historical fantastical the historical fantasy of A Plague Tale. I love that kind of thing. 1349. Okay, so it's kind of like that. So imagine the fantastical twist on the Black Plague. So, wow, I'm just reminded of it now. That is quite the journey. That is really great. Okay. Well, I'm hyped up again for everything that's incoming. But we're playing this game, Citizen Sleeper. It is relatively new, not exactly one of the big releases of 2022. It went under a lot of people's radars, but I played one session of it, and I do enjoy the mechanics that they drew from other RPGs. Like, I keep mentioning Blades in the Dark. This game feels like a board game in terms of every day you get these dice to assign. It's a dice placed from the board game. But the way they make the world feel more alive, like, are these clocks. So these things are like we're being hunted down. It's a clock to remind you, once this fills up, we're gonna be caught somehow, or a complication's going to arise. So over time, we're gonna this clock means that this merchant caravan is going to be passing by soon. So the world moves on even without your input. So we only have a limited number of actions per cycle, and that means we can only choose, and we have these drives as well. These drives, which is a great way of hooking in players. Like a huge challenge for a lot of tables and tabletop role-playing games is, okay, what drives your player characters? How do we hook you into the game? What's a player hook? So a lot of modules will provide you, okay, you could say that players are a bunch of mercenaries doing a job, yada yada. But the drives basically help you get into the headspace of your character and also act as an objective list. So here, obviously, one of our drives is to survive. And then we have to repay Dragos, get to know Emphis, extract the past, disable your tracker. There's a lot. And you can see that we only have like a maximum of 6 actions a day. 6 dice actions a day. There's some actions that just need credits, that don't need any dice. You can do those for free. But for the major actions, they require dice. So you gotta pick and choose your battles here. You gotta pick and choose that. So what we've been doing so far since the first session is role-playing. We've been role-playing. We can meta this to all hell. You can meta it as much as you want. You can treat it like a board game that you want to win. So these are the you can look at it as, these are the optimal number of actions I need to do in order to get to know Emphis or something like that. But we're trying to get into the headspace of our character right now. We're still trying to develop a personality, but we're kind of choosing actions and responses based on, what our character would do. So going back to this, yeah. Holy crap. Yeah, those are pretty dark times in terms of the Black Plague. And then now we know. And of course, the game kind of puts a spin on that in terms of the source of the Black Plague. But yeah, again, A Plague Tale was really quite the experience. If you have not played it before, I do highly recommend it. Wait, is the first game on Game Pass? Anyway, the second game is coming out day 1 on Game Pass. And it is a very immersive experience. It is also very well acted from the English cast. And it can be heart-wrenching at times as well. They don't really shy away from, the desolation a plague can cause. And of course, what happens when the church gets too crazy. About heretics and non-believers and curses and all that. Typical medieval church stuff. The Inquisition and all that. And you trying to run away from that. So I really liked Amisha as a character. Amisha trying to take care of her brother Hugo. And I just really got attached to that. Because on my end, my own personal experience is that whenever I make characters for tabletop RPGs, they tend to end up much like Amisha and her family. So immediately I had buy-in into that setting because it felt like I was playing one of my characters. But even if you're not into all that, it is just a great game. Don't expect, of course, like really amazing combat systems or really complex choice-based consequences. It's not any of that. It's a straight up linear theme park, big scene, scene to scene, set piece to set piece. Just trying to give you that cinematic experience and enough gameplay in your hands. Because surprisingly, there's a lot to do with puzzle solving in terms of using the powers. Like, it really opens up. I was surprised. I thought it was just gonna be point A to point B, hack shit up until you get to the end. But the way they start to incorporate Hugo's, how they start to incorporate the rats, how you have to use the fire and light to try and shape the rat swarms to get to the next objective. I was stumped a few times at some puzzles, but it is a very engaging experience. Short, but just the right length to tease you for the sequel, which is coming out this year, everyone. So let's get back to it. So as I was talking about, we have drives over here to help us. This game can be admittedly very overwhelming. In a similar vein as any RPG, sometimes you're just blasted with all these possibilities and choices that you have to make. Look at all these locations we have to visit. We haven't even visited the rest of the ring, all right? The Eye. So the Eye is the station that we woke up in. Our character basically just fled the evil corporation, which was basically getting us for indentured. We are basically slaves, all right? So we escaped from that, and then now we're trying to make a living here, but complications are happening. We need our meds to survive because our body's literally going to die if we do not have the meds. Now, the complication here is that the corporation is the sole provider for the medication. So who do we turn to get our meds? The black market. Well, so that complication is going to bite us in the ass at some point because proprietary technology, black market, you know how these things go. So not just that, but we have the cloud surface here. This is my character's specialty. I chose the frame, which allowed us to have a bonus to interfacing with nodes, interfacing with the systems of the station. However, there's this big Eye of Sauron kind of guy. That's what you expect in this, these sci-fi kind of cyberspaces where the antivirus, the anti-malware virus, the hunters of this system are now aware of our presence in the cloud. So the plot thickens. So we've been tasked to collect some information from the older districts from the past of this station, which is covered up by, the current administration. So we're trying to find old world lore and technology. To what purpose, we're not sure yet. That this is for Feng. So we've been making some acquaintances along our journey. They've seemed like a good sort so far, but we still gotta look out for ourselves. We don't know who to trust yet, but we've just been fortunate enough to find people who are willing to help. So we owe them a favor, such as Dragos. So again, it's just so overwhelming. We have to figure out what we want to do today. But right now, we don't have any dice left. So that generally means it's the end of the cycle. Because there's not much you can do anymore. You could spend some credits if you want to. But I remember we ended last session by ending this cycle. So it auto-saved just before we slept. So we didn't lose any progress. But let's just make sure we have all the things we need here. So we've been getting scrap components because we want to build a ship mind for whatever a ship mind is. We have a tracker, so we have to help Feng deal with this. S and ARP is the big corpo that's trying to hunt us down because, they don't want proprietary technology to get out into the field. Extract the past. We're doing this for Feng. Get to know Emphis. Emphis is we've been going to his stall regularly for our daily breakfast of fungus. So that's gonna happen pretty much automatically. Thankfully, repaying Dragos, we're gonna be on schedule. We're just gonna spend the next day. We're gonna make sure we pay Dragos back so that he can pay his debts. Because if this fills up, that's bad for Dragos. So he's the one that woke us up. He's the one that brought us in. He gave us a container to stay in. We owe him. Okay, so end cycle. All cycles need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one. So this is the one I'm really excited about, but also worried. This hunted. Someone out there is tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. There were supposedly nine other sleepers. We all tried to escape as a group, but so far, I'm the only one who made it. So yeah, that's bad. So we're on our own now. We don't know who to trust, and we're just trying to survive and make a living here. So as you can see, you also have to manage things like this. You have energy to manage, and you have hunger to manage as well. So we're good on energy so far. We got some good dice rolls here. So these, basically the dice results are determine your level of success and your chances of success. So narratively, it's about us deciding in a day. These rolls kind of represent how much effort you're gonna give in that day and what actions you want to prioritize. A 6 is a guaranteed great success. So that's for ideally your most important things you need to get done in a day. Like, this cannot fail. I need to do this. So before we begin, we've been going by the name Miku. I was saying that because our frame model was, I just named it, our frame model was M1KU. That's the frame model we woke up in, and we just call ourselves Miku from there. So we're trying to get used to our new body. Narratively, we are trying to get used to our new body. A lot of sequences have come up here where we've been questioning, we feel these things, but it's not exactly, our consciousness was transferred, and we need to adjust to this new body. That's it. So Dragos stopping by the shipyard. We don't need to, we just have to make sure we succeed. So we get a 3 here. Actually, no. A 3 means this is 25% chance to fail. We can afford that, but I'd rather we guarantee that we're back in business. It's no joke. A 5 means that 50% great success, basically positive success, neutral success. Neutral success, you don't really get any bonuses. But, okay, we're gonna go back to hull dissection. We're gonna advance this clock, get that squared out of the way. I don't like owing people money. So let's do this. Yeah, that's pretty much the game. You interact with NPCs. You choose your actions, and you try to manage all of this, and you try to survive. So, Miku ends up doing her part with hull dissection. We chose to do hull dissection because our frame was built for more delicate tasks, for more precise tasks. We had an option to choose a frame or a body that was used to manual labor, but that's why we have a -1 here. Endurance is our dump stat, which I know Korgwell is familiar with. I don't know why, my characters tend to be squishy. Even melee fighters, I dump stat Constitution. Anyway, so I'm playing as a slicer hacker kind of person here. Hull dissection requires precisely slicing down hull plates into neat little piles. So it takes you a while to get a handle on Dragos' equipment, but before long, you're precisely slicing down hull plates into neat piles. And we're doing this. Back in business. Every salvager knows they are always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. Yeah, but sometimes, by other characters, we play as, to be fair, yeah, as a rogue, just hide and don't get hit. But remember, my starting class was a ranger. So, even at a range, Constitution is very useful for everyone. But, even with my tanky characters, Con is not a focused stat for me. I don't know, that's just how I roll. It's like I'd rather have higher charisma than Constitution. Okay. Let's see the consequences of this. Oh, okay. So that's fine. Ooh. Okay. So this is Dragos. He's a pragmatic and private salvager. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in a twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. What is it? Dragos laughs. That, my friend, is A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. No. What happened to the ship? Not my concern, he shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the S&ARP freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered? Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. But do we need to know? Do we need to know how we got here? Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we are up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winter Light. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few when we can make a start. Real beauty. Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, and then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Yay, we have one upgrade point, and we have a new drive. I got an achievement. 20, paid off, clear the debt. Okay. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access your character menu via the arrow button at the top right of the screen. Okay. Oop. Alright. What do we do? So this is our character sheet. What do I buy? Do I just bank these upgrade points until we like... Nah, okay. So let's say we've been working with Dragos a lot. What makes sense? That's a lot of engineering, I would say. Like, we haven't been doing much. We already have +1 to interfacing. Endure, strength, and strength of will. What happens if we add it here? Oh, no. So endure is your dump stat. Use strength or strength of will. We haven't really been doing that. So our character growth trajectory has been, more on the mental side. Approach a problem head-on doesn't really make sense RP-wise. Intuit, approach problems with awareness. I think we've started to gain more awareness of how to... Our first day on the station, we got horribly lost in the markets. Bad things could have happened. We were fortunate that we were alive. But we got lost on our first day. So we needed to be smarter. So there are also mechanics attached to this. You get it high enough, for example here, with a +1, transfer intercept, chance to gain cryo on interface actions. So, engineers, we're working with machines and physical tools. I think this really makes sense for a character since we spent most of our time in Dragos' shipyard. So, efficient extractor. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineer actions. Sweet. So, okay, so the first upgrade gives you the perk, and then I guess the next upgrade will give you the +1. That's fine. Okay, so that's our first upgrade. Oh, but look at this. Dice actions. Display potential positive and negative outcomes. Predict reasoning. I think my character will eventually move towards this path. This just sounds really cool. Okay, so what's our new drive? Disable your tracker. Extract the past. No. So, let's have some breakfast. After a long day of working at the scrapyard, we bid Dragos a farewell, and we make our way to the markets where Emphasis' stall stands. That's 15 cryo. We actually don't need it, but I'd rather not starve at the worst time. So let's fill our belly. So we finish this clock. So Emphis recognizes us as a regular now. Here we go, Emphis. Sleeper. Emphis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. This is Emphis. He's an imposing street food vendor, but he loves sharing stories, and we've been sharing stories with him. Here we go. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you. Cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spices rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell to Emphis. You look at Emphis, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice. Tell him about your dreams. Do sleepers dream of electric sheep? All the sleepers, you tell Emphis, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray, skeletal afro-images of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares. They were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason it is just some side effect, or particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. I'm thinking this is because we chose the interfacing frame. Like we're seeing, cyberspace. We're seeing the virtual world. We're seeing the cloud, as they call it here. Emphis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You are quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize that he is trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Emphis passes you the meal he has cooked, and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks. A natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the emptying market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer. So, I will make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard of this? No. Neither had I. But I trust the one who told me. Amphis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I am sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I'll prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Agreed. Good, booms Amphis. Then I will wait for you to bring them. Amphis sides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Amphis's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think? A trade that seems more than fair. Oh, we have a new drive now. Amphis loves two things, stories and food. Maybe if you supply him with both, you can hear his story. So we need to bring Amphis some Girol caps. That's the next stage. Where do we get that? Where the hell's the gap? I don't know where the gap is. I'm new here. That's a shipyard. You can actually rotate the ship, rotate the view if you want. So the challenge here, I think I mean, there's no summary of locations to choose or a summary of the clocks going on. It's just I would have liked it if they added like a summary of like list of locations, list of clocks. But I guess they do want you like paying attention to this interface one by one, going through and getting used to it over time. Like, oh, I know where the low end gate is, or I know where Amphis' stall is. And I guess that kind of works. Like, from here, I know to go home. I just scroll here and I go home here. And I know that, okay, I'm hungry. I'll go for breakfast. I know the markets are here and Amphis' stall is there. So I guess it channels that growing familiarity. Because in the beginning, you're like, holy crap, where do I go? There's like so many different things to click and check and everything. But over time, we get used to the location, get used to our routine, and hopefully make a life for ourselves here. So, Girol fricasse. Amphis wants to make this old recipe. He'll need 3 handfuls of Girol caps. Girol? Fresh and firm. We don't have that. So, he mentioned the gap, right? I don't know where to get that. So what else do we do? Today, we helped our Dragos pay off the debt. That's totally cool. We need to disable our tracker. But we need to help Feng chase leads. So I think that's an important one right now. We don't know who is tracking us and what's up with that. So we need to help Feng chase leads. To do that, we need to help Feng with this to delivering data. So to do that, we need to scope the systems. Right? Okay, the way they help you out here is that whatever you're tracking. Oh, what's this? This is new. Dragos' nerve. Dragos seems increasingly nervous about your presence in the yard. You're not sure he's going to hold his nerve much longer. Perhaps he knows we're being hunted. Well. So that, the yellow ones mean that is... What does the yellow one mean? Okay, never mind. So let's try to disable the tracker. The yellow dot means that you may find a potential lead there. So, oh, what's here? Old dock terminal. Steal dock plans. Explore the rotunda. Okay, getting to know the rotunda doesn't just mean new places to visit. It means keeping your eye on new arrivals too. Huh. Okay, I just want to help Feng chase some leads. Let's check the cyberspace. So this hunter, I guess, means that we're not in danger yet. I guess the more you hack, the more the hunter will be aware of your presence. Okay, so how do we do this? Help Feng chains leads. Extract the past. So Feng wants to dig into old Solheim networks in search of secrets that could change the future of the station. Here we go. Let's see if we have any dice to input here. Let's check this Have an Edge agent. This requires, for slicing, it requires matching input. Have an Edge agent. Have an Edge members broadcasting the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. Let's do that. Bypass. Extracting data. So we got Have an Edge data, a cache of raw data from Have an Edge hardware. But it's a Solheim nodes we want. I shouldn't have used that too. Oh, this requires 1. Perfect. Solheim node A21. This node is leaking corrupted contractor lists from the early days of the system's Palladium Rush. So these are 1 there. Bypassing. Extracting. Alright, we got some Solheim data for Feng. Hunter. Oh look, I think, more actions than the Hunter wakes up. I think that's how it is. We don't have another 2 here, so that's it for hacking today. Well, we can also hack this Have an Edge agent. Requires a 2 as well. So our low rolls can actually go into slicing, into interfacing. Because what I noticed is the slicing tends to use low dice rolls. So that's how we kind of do it here. Okay, wake up, return to the real space. Let's give this to Feng. A set of data unearthed from the Ice old corporate subsystems. So this is our other day job. Feng's eyes light up as the data is transferred over. He hands you a stack of chits and waves you off. Can I give you other data, like Have an Edge data? Okay. So we'll have to wait another day before we get the specific data he wants. So we have a 6. What do we want to use a 6 for? This is a guaranteed great success. Huh. Have they arrived yet? No. Hillian Crossing's not yet there. Here we go. Study the winter light. This is new. This blasted ship came into the same yard as you did. Is there a connection, or are you just paranoid? So this is winter light. If we use forensic trawl. It's a safe action, so there are no negative consequences if you fail. So I could use it at 3, but first, let's do that as our last action for the day. Maybe something about this winter light is setting me off, and I needed space from it. So we went into interfacing with the system. We got our breakfast in the market to clear our head, and let's continue trying to build the ship mine since we're almost there. So we need 1 more ship mine fragment. Oh, we need 2 more ship mine fragments. Where do we get that? Possibly from the scrap freighter. And once we get to 3, we input it here into the ship mine, into the fabricator. Now the problem here is it requires a lot of freaking credits. And we only have enough scrap allowance. So let's buy some scrap. And RNG will determine if we get a ship mine fragment. So you have to allocate some money here. What? Oh, the rest of the scrap is going elsewhere. Maybe they'll sell you some more next time you die. Oh, I already used up my allowance. So it's going elsewhere now. So what happens if we unload containers? The freighter crew are eager to get their payload into the art exchange and will help pay a wage to anyone willing to help them. So it'll get it faster. Like, if we help them offload, we'll be able to buy some scrap sooner? Is that how it kind of works? Where else can I get scrap fragments? This is gonna take 3 more cycles until the Helion crossing comes back. Bleh. So we're kind of stuck in that sense. Maybe we should dedicate the rest of the day towards investigating the winter light, since we're pretty much done here already. Okay, here. Let's try this out. Let's help. We're looking for scrap. We want to earn some scrap. We want to get these shipmine fragments already. So let's earn some money. So neutral outcome. Handling the hull plates and shattered structures takes work, but keep your head down and before long the shift is done. Okay, so it doesn't advance this cycle clock. This is just, they stay for like 3 cycles and then that's it. This one, we earn some money at least. So the next time they come around, we have more credits, we have more cryo to give for shipmine fragments. So now we're left with this 3, the safe action. Let's come back to Ragos' shipyard. I can sense a tension in the air. Let's just have a look around here. It's fairly safe, so if we fail, we're not gonna get too much shit for it. Of course, we'd like to succeed. So we're gonna go through it with a forensic trawl. Investigating the winter light means picking through the systems and structures with care. It won't pay, but you may find some answers. Let's do this. Come on, give us a success. Yes! Positive outcome. 2 on the clock. You discover a hidden compartment with spare components and backup data storage. This has to contain something of use. So we're trying to advance this clock. Winter light. The wrecked cutter Dragos has brought in to salvage has a history to discover if you are curious. So we're done with our day. Let us end the cycle. Our energy's still good. We're now regular. Keep an eye out for mushrooms. Ooh, we got a 6. Nice. So it's really just 1 energy pip per day. So we're stable. The more energy we have, the more dice we get in a day. So we want to maintain this. I have a feeling once you cross this threshold, it's 4 ticks per die. So we want to keep this up because we want to do more actions in a day. So this is halfway done. The pressure is starting to mount on us. We need to focus on something here. So we already did our allowance for today. We can't buy any more scrap, so that leaves us not being able to do that. The merchant caravan's not yet here. So today, let's focus on the winter light and the past. So things related to where we came from and the tracker that we have on here. So we need to help Feng. We're gonna focus on that. We have 1 and 2s here, which is good for slicing, which is good for interfacing. We could actually go to low end, but I don't think we need to go to low end yet, unless we need. You mentioned the gap, right? Emphas mentioned the gap. I'm thinking we need to get to past into low end to get his mushrooms, because I don't see any gap here. Or maybe we explore the rotunda. There are so many things to do, but okay. Let's not get overwhelmed. 1 step at a time. Let us interface. Oh god, and it doesn't clear up. So we can't just like keep interfacing the whole time. Okay, let's try this out. Let's see what happens. We need more Solheim data. Crap, and we don't get... and they don't refresh every cycle. See, like all of this, extract Solheim data for Feng. But this is the only Solheim node left, because we already extracted it yesterday. So when does this reset, I wonder? Let's check it out. Solheim node A32. A Solheim daemon attempts to protect this node, squeaking out protective protocols like a mantra. We have a 2 exactly. Bypass. Perk transfer intercept. +5 cryo. Okay, we've got some Solheim data. Is this enough? Is this enough for Feng? Just in time. We don't want to wake up the hunter. It is enough. Right. Okay, we got some data for you, Feng. Right. So we got enough data for Feng. He is a Havenage systems engineer. That is Feng. He's actually voiced in the trailer. So they actually did get some voice actors for the trailer for these characters. Would be nice to have it fully voiced though, but you know, that is a lot to ask. It is a lot of money to put into voice acting. But they did it with Disco Elysium Final Cut, but they did it years after the fact. But I wonder if they'll do it with something. Anyway, Feng. As you enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Feng's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing. These snaky shitheads. Who's sneaky? Who's snaky? Sleeper! Feng's smiling head pops out from behind a stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here. You pick up your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cable that blanket the dark floor. Feng is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Feng waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. Names, people, shitheads? Feng laughs. Maybe not all of them, but what kind of shitheads? We'll be getting him Solheim data, so... Solheim? Bingo! He taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old data you brought in. All employees of the Eye's original owners. And... He leans past you and scrolls the list down. This one. This is a sneaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Friend of yours? Feng gives you a sideways look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Hardin Hurst in Havenage. He awaits your reaction. So he works for Havenage, and I guess the shithead is his boss or something. In Havenage? That's it. He's right here on the station now. Feng leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on this station as a... Feng leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Feng raises his eyebrows at you. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did went straight back into Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. That is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Feng turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air and slept in Solheim beds. Feng's voice rises as he speaks, his hands fists on the terminal edge. And the work that paid for that existence? The cycles of hard extraction out in the belt? Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, stabbing at Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys, they were big time. There's a lot money can get you if you are a company man. Feng relaxes a little. But how is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know. He turns to you and smiles. So, we are going to find out. Could be his consciousness is transferred to a frame, or perhaps he is just a digitized consciousness now. We don't know. Hardin is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Feng brings up a map of the lower eye. Right, we've been to the shipyards. Havantage might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Feng zooms in on the far yards. Feng grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems sticking around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Feng holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripperworm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Feng puts a hand on your shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. That is true. Feng grins. If you can extract yourself a Havanage cipher from a Havanage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Up for it? What kind of character am I? Here we go. What's in it for me? Well, he is a... Similarly, we ran away from the corpo doing unethical acts to us, so I guess we are in this together, yes. I knew it. I knew you'd be happy to catch this snake. And don't worry. Once we nail this guy, I'll start working on that tracker of yours. I haven't forgotten. Feng scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, it'll send it back here. There's something wrong here, and I am to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Feng digging through the data, among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was. A vast machine, running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine, into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems, looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you are intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. Ta-da! What do we do now? Hack a Havanage agent to get to the cipher. There we continue to push on with the hunter's presence. I'm so curious as to what happens here. Let's go. Wait. Let's hack. We don't hack with an empty stomach, right? Let's have some food first, and then let's go into interfacing. We're still good in terms of meds. Maybe once we get down to 1 energy, we can bite the bullet and see how much Sabine's medicine will cost. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. We're not getting tired of fungus yet. Now, belly filled, let us hack. Sorry, interface. Have an edge agent. Broadcasting on the open network. We need 2. God damn it. We just used up our 2. Okay. Oh no, we have another have an edge agent here. Come on, come on. Give me a 1. 2. What is this? Slot Havenage cipher. Oh, once we get the cipher from the agent, we use the cipher here. Got it. When do we use this for? Yataga and Havenage and Ripperworm. So unfortunately, we do not have the right protocols. Come on, give me another Havenage agent. Nope. We are sorry out of luck for this cycle, so we'll be dedicating it towards studying the Winter Light. I'd rather not have Dragos. I don't know. I don't think Dragos is gonna sell us out. He knows something more. I'd like to get to the bottom of that. I don't want to be caught with our pants down. So let's return to Dragos and get to the bottom of this Winter Light. This can't escape Miku's it can't escape it right now. She can't stop thinking about the Winter Light right now, so she's gonna be dedicating some dice to this. It is a repeatable action, so we're good. This could be related to my own origins. Dare we delve into it deeper? Yes, we will. So, more hidden compartments. That advanced it by what, 3? Was that 3 ticks? Let's have another one. Okay, 2 ticks. That's just a regular positive outcome. Come on, more. Come on. Positive, come on. Perfect! In one cycle, our investigation bears fruit. You discover a hidden compartment. Alright, let's check this out. Continue. Okay. Squeeze into this office at the entrance to the yard. You lay out everything you have on the Winter Light across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensic notes glow on Dragos' old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them. Synthetic paper so thin it is almost transparent. Yeah, look at it. Let's look at that printout. A plain list shows the registration history of the Winter Light, the gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago on this very station, logged at the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles, and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. The Winter Light got little rest. Look at the slate. Your attempts at the reconstruction of the Winter Light before its fatal accident consists of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model. It was heavily modified, parts replaced with inventive configurations, the new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was somebody's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first, where the hull had been thickened, the corners rounded to disguise the change. But they are there. Now let's look at the monitor. Reactor failure. That is the verdict that anyone would return after a cursory glance at the stacked heat maps of the remains of the Winter Light. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section, blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose, radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story. A catastrophic failure at the drive core, leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure, likely brought on by wear or misuse. But you aren't looking at the rose of the reactor. You're looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It is thumbprint-sized and delicately placed over the control servos for the ship's main external airlock. It suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You're looking at it because it is troubling you. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry. A suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winter Light, and this was its story. A suite of hidden compartments. Sweet? I don't know. But that's not the full story, because there's something else. It is little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you're able to pull from the ship's systems. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winter Light had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments, armored, air-walled. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Ship-mined ROMs, shimmer, cryo chain codes. And then the final entry. Passenger, sleeper. You stare at the list in the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here. In the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had this sleeper been smarter? Luckier? How had they convinced the Winter Light, a smuggler's ship if you ever saw one, to extract them from SN ARP? Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winter Light's compartments. You had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer to the light. This was all you find in their compartment. A parting gift from SN ARP. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it back in your pocket. Oh heck yeah, we have vial of stabilizer. The thought still bothers you though. 2 ships carrying sleepers coming into the same yard? 2, one after the other. That feels wrong. It could be an underground railroad. You flick back and forth between the datasets and the terminal, thinking. And you see that thumbprint again. The mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winter Light with precision and speed, and then they were done. Left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. Oh, Dragos. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you have assembled. What is all this? He snatches the slate from the desk, faster than you realized he could move. You running an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing to it through his implants. No, maybe before accusing him, where is the ship from, Dragos? Leave this alone. He starts shaking his head. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering to himself. This is the last thing I need. Who is bringing you these ships? This ship had a sleeper on it. This ship had a sleeper on it. Dragos freezes. suddenly angry.
What did you say?
He pushes past you to look at the terminal, at the list. He shakes his head.
So what? Weren't you all trying to escape? You are lucky it was you that made it out alive, not them.
He folds his arms indignantly. Drago seems to steady himself and then turns back to you, the heat map of the reactor failure reflected in his headset's glassy eyes.
I've given you a place to stay. I've given you work.
He stumbles over the words, unsure what to say.
There's plenty others who would have sold you on, turned you in. But not me, no.
I appreciate that, but...
Don't.
He shakes his head.
I'm not discussing my business with you.
He quiets the drone.
I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor.
He straightens up and clears his throat.
But this obsession you have with this ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous.
Oh no!
I can't have you digging up whatever it is you are after.
He sighs.
You can't work here anymore.
Ah! I'm getting fired! I need the work. What about the winter light? Fine. Okay, maybe my character is a bit... But what about the winter light? He reaches over and switches the monitor off.
Forget about the damn ship. We have enough to keep you up.
Dragos reaches across you and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it is done.
You made it out, Sleeper. That means you have to move on.
Someone killed that ship and its crew. Well, SNR? Okay. Maybe, he doesn't want to talk about... What if they come for me? Or should he double down on, the obsession here? I need to know. Someone killed that ship and its crew.
And you would meet them?
He shakes his head.
We are done here.
In the dark, Drago's headset glints, and you wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. Oh no! Uncle Dragos. You get up from the desk and Dragos gathers the notes, stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you, his headset as expressionless as always.
You could stay in the container. I won't take that from you.
You lost your job.
Don't come back.
His tone is final, definite, with an edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office and then out of the yard, not stopping to look back. You leave the yard, thumbing the vial in your pocket, knowing that this, at least, guarantees you a little more time. And as you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the winter light, and whether or not that person will come for you. Lost their job, chat. Oh, we shouldn't have pushed Dragos that far, but I guess understandably, Dragos can only help us to a point, right? Sad, sad, sad. Alright, we've been doing a lot of Intuit, approach problems with awareness. Okay, we weren't exactly reading the room back then with Dragos. We needed to know, right? It's just this isn't just scrap. Someone murdered these people. But for what? Dragos is right. You want to meet these people then? Just move on. Anyway, Intuit. I like this. So predictive reasoning, that kind of makes sense for us. So this is all gonna take one upgrade point. And this takes 2, this takes 3. Got it. Hunt is still on halfway. We have 1 die left. So we now have an action here since we have 1 stabilizer. It's a corporate pharmaceutical which slows the decline of sleeper frames. So we are dying. So we will need this. So thankfully, we have this emergency booster. But I am now without a job. I have 1 die left with a terrible result of 1. What do we do with this result? Collect data? How much is it to get the low end? 60 credits. You know, maybe I'm gonna look for opportunities on low end. Why not? We have some, so pay low end toll. After some spacers caused some trouble in the low end, Yatagan have imposed a toll for entry, Yatagan being the mafia here. No one gets in without paying. Sure. Maybe we'll find new work over there. Right, low end access unlocked. Ta-da! Ramshackle Residential District. Ooh, look at that. The Free Spoke, towering transit hub. Founder's Gap. Here, where the mushrooms are said to grow. Gap in the ring station. Okay, let's make the journey there first. Let's check out low end. Oh, okay. Predictive reasoning. Ah, okay, so predictive reasoning gives us the cool. So, you know, it's risky, so we might lose energy. Here, we might lose 3 cryo. These are repeatable actions, low ender. So it's about building your rep here in low end. No one knows you here. You'll need to change that if you want access to the low end's residents and facilities. I see. So you gotta know the location first, get to meet people before you actually have, you know, access to everything. So we could do it by playing Tavla with the locals, or help out the block maintenance. These are risky actions and we all have a 1. Okay, let's see what else is in low end. The Free Spoke. The clock here is a spoke climber. The spoke is layer after layer after layer of dense urban fabric. The only way to explore is vertically. So it is dangerous and it is risky. But explore for what? We don't have a reason to beat the spoke yet. But let's check out if we can get fungus, if we can get mushrooms for Emphis. 150 to get to the gap. I'm poor. I lost my job. This is not good. All for mushrooms, all for our friendship with Emphis. To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass, a practice invented by the spacers moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry and it's 150 freaking cryo. Okay, we are blocked off. Let's risk it all. Let's put some. We got 50% chances of success. Let's play Tavla. Feeling lucky. The clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse in the low end as the residents play rotating rounds of this game for cryo. Let's get to know the locals. Come on. Ha! We did it. 1 on the clock. Oh well, that's it for the cycle. So we made some acquaintances in low end. We're gonna make our way, earn a lot of money so we can get Emphasis mushrooms eventually. But right now, I need to find a job. That's what we're gonna do next cycle. The shipyard looks promising. We could also continue slicing for Feng, but I'm not sure how dangerous the hunter is from continuous slicing and interfacing. But at least Dragos left us the container. This is where we live, chat. It's just over here. A bunch of containers. Sad. Dragos, I'm sure Dragos didn't want to kick us out, but he doesn't want to get entangled with the people who are after us. Great rolls today. We won't be slicing today. No 1s and 2s. Just positive outcomes all throughout. Let's do this. Oh god. 3 more until they come to us. What am I supposed to do? Like, they come to us and then we die? What's up with that? Oh, come on. I just want to buy some scrap. Fine. There's an allowance. Okay, let's find a job. Alright, let's find a job first. Check the drives here. Okay, hack a Havenage agent. Yeah, it's really just twos and ones. Yeah, it's just, oh well. So we can't progress on that, unfortunately. So, we could climb the spoke. We could continue making our presence known in low end. We could also explore the old dock terminal and the rotunda. And it'll help us keep an eye out on new arrivals as well. But this, okay, there are 2 clocks here that we could try to do. Dock Watcher. Okay. This is for negative outcome, I guess. If, there. Maybe if we fail and stuff, it'll be like, who the hell is this person just loitering around the rotunda? So we have some good rolls today. We can actually advance it to explore the rotunda. Perhaps, you know, right now we're looking for opportunities, but let's see if there's work for us at the shipyard. We need a regular source of income now, or we're gonna starve to death. Okay, we can assist a shipbuilder. So the only way to get to know the shipyard is to work there. No tourists here. So we can assist a shipbuilder. You don't have any connections, but you do have skills. Oh, and we're taking our skills forward. We're taking our skills that we learned from Dragos, what he taught us. And then now we're gonna work at the shipyard because we were kicked out of Dragos' salvage yard. Okay. Let's make sure this goes well. I want that positive outcome, so I can advance this clock quickly. Alright. You shadow a shipbuilder who's impressed when you know how to double seal a hull plate. He slips you a tip at the end of the shift. Can you do it again? Continue working at the shipyard? Why not? I also want to explore the rotunda. Alright. So you worked out at the shipyard. We made a contact there. Perhaps we'll tell them we need work, so we're going to be coming back and helping out every once in a while. But we're now on break. Let's check the rotunda. I don't want to steal docklands. Or do I? It is a dangerous thing, but we have a 6. It's 100 positive outcome. Let's do this. So this is really great. So for us, we've been working with Feng. We've learned the systems more. We've interfaced with a lot of different places in the cloud. So this kind of follows that now we have access to possibly steal the dock plans. I know I can do this, so let's put it in. We're going to steal the dock plans. Habited security have to have plans. Stealing them would be the fastest way to get to know this place. And the most dangerous. We want to know this place, especially all the nooks and crannies, because we are being hunted down. And we need to know what's going on behind the scenes and under the table. Perfect. Already. Getting to know the rotunda doesn't just mean new places to visit. It means keeping your eye on new arrivals. So, what happens now? Boom! We learned a stranded mercenary, a sealed dock. This is what the hunter mentioned. A hunter mentioned that we are the puppet of something that is in the sealed dock. Okay. Perhaps as we were interfacing with this, stealing the dock plans, we bump into Ankita, a stranded mercenary. Let's meet Ankita. Hey, you. Wanna earn a chit? Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied-together hull plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Hey, wanna make some easy money, kid? Make it 2. Make it 2. Ankita laughs. This goddamn station. She sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Alright, come here then. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? she asks as she angrily lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Or is it just that you all think I'm an easy mark? We all need to survive. You look the part. Stay silent. Well, you do look the part. Ankita laughs again. This, you mean? She taps her armor. You got me pegged then. A big dumb merc with more chits than sense. Is that it? Well, it just looks expensive. That's fair. Rude, but fair. Ankita hoists one bundle of Play-Doh onto her shoulder. Yeah, now our character just being like, we're just having fun with Ankita here. Ankita hoists one bundle of Play-Doh onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. You gotta earn those chits. Oh, she was just ranting about the people on the station. We're not trying to like cheat her out of anything. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Ankita gives you a look. Ship's this way. And she sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores. I'm curious. So what's all this for? Oh, this? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris, that cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on our last job and I had to move her up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from our ship mine, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panel on her shoulder. Bill, it has been a while. How is it going? How have you been? It's great to see you back here. Right, I was gone for 2 weeks, and then I just recovered, and then I had to go out of town, but then now I'm back. Now I'm back, Bill. We're back to our regular programming. I will be making up to all you all who are supporting this channel. If I find the time to stream some more, I will. I'm itching to get back into the seat. And we're playing Citizen Sleeper now and Stray. So I'm excited to press B to meow again. And in this case, with Citizen Sleeper every Tuesday, we're getting to know we're getting to know the people of the eye a bit more. And things are starting to get complicated. Complications are starting to arise. We just lost our job in the game. We've just lost our job. And we're now trying to find new opportunities. But welcome in, Bill. It's great. It is great to be back. So, where were we? This is a lot of text, a lot of reading. It plays more like a board game. But hopefully the narrative is interesting enough for anyone who may be tuning in and listening in behind the scene, in the background. I do hope it's an interesting story so far. But what have you been up to, Bill? You playing anything lately? Izzy was just here earlier talking about all these other games coming out. Vacation for a week, right? Yeah, it's like I couldn't help it. I was able to play Stray on launch day. I did have a late night stream, a bit too long. I lost sleep because of Stray, but no regrets. It was totally worth it because I just love cats so much. Anyway, but like I would just think like, oh man, and I had to spend a week away from Stray. But hopefully you're enjoying your vacation, and I hope you do enjoy Stray. So far I'm not done with it yet. I'm nearing the halfway point, and it's a very fun and relaxing game. It is. It's just I can just really just relax. It feels warm and fuzzy and cozy, and not just because it's about a cat. There's something about it. I don't know. Anyway. So I'm still not sure what a ship mind is. Is that like the AI of the ship? I'm guessing it's the core AI of the ship. So, right, this is a new acquaintance we made, Ankita, and she's stranded. The upshot is that I'm short one ship mind, with a ton of repairs to do. and the rest of the crew sign off the moment they got wind of I'd been stranded. So yeah, it's been a time. They don't like ship mines? Eh? Okay. Or is he just being sarcastic about it? Oh man. Thank you for reminding me about that, Bill. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, I really want to try it. I really want to convince some people to form a party and just go into that game because it's tabletop RPG and it's D&D inspired. It's basically Tiny Tina's D&D campaign. It's Laura Bailey as your GM. Laura Bailey voiced a Tiny Tina, right? No, Ashley Birch. Ashley Birch voiced Tiny Tina. And surprisingly, like Ashley Birch from Tiny Tina to like Chloe and then Aloy. But anyway, yeah, Ashley Birch. So she's your GM there basically, and I did hear great things about it. That how it was just great, good fun, good border. Even better than some people prefer it over the mainline Borderlands series. Yep, and we're getting into that. And then now they just released the trailer for the new D&D movie coming in. Obviously, well, I hope it's a good movie because the last time they tried to make a D&D movie, it really did not convince a lot of people that D&D was a fun thing to get into. It's like when you mention people who don't know anything about the RPG, hey, Dungeons and Dragons, and they're like, do you mean that shitty movie? So I hope this one works out for them, and that it'll become a gateway for people to get into the hobby. Since they seem to be embracing the humor that comes along with a lot of tabletop sessions. Because no matter how serious you try and be in a tabletop RPG, especially one that is about, medieval fantasy, in the beginning, you think you're gonna end up... in the beginning, you're trying to aim for Lord of the Rings. But at the end of the day, you end up as Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And it's just one of those things you just have to embrace sometimes. So it's clear what they're trying to go for with a new D&D movie, where it's fun. It looks fun and crazy. And honestly, Bill, I did love it. Even if it was terrible, I loved it. And then it's the same feeling I had for the Warcraft movie, right? It is so terrible. It is critically panned. It has got the worst reviews ever. But for some reason, I really enjoyed the Warcraft movie. It's just that. Sometimes you just didn't listen to the critics. If you enjoy the movie, enjoy the movie. It spoke to a part of you, or it was appealing to a certain part of you that you needed at that time. You can never really tell. So, sometimes you just want to give a shitty movie a chance. Right. Am I a helpful type? Favor for a favor? Anything I can do to help? I don't know. Got a ship mine tucked away in that frame of yours? For a moment, you aren't sure if she is serious. So this is what... Okay. We need a ship mine. We are working towards getting a ship mine. So I guess we could give it to Ankita. Ankita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls a second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundle of plates through the ambergris's outer lock and then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Ankita throws you a couple of chits. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here, she calls back, and the lock slams shut. Yay! We made a new friend. Fix the ambergris. Ankita's cutter's out of commission, helping her get it running again. So, we're being helpful. And perhaps we can count on these people when shit hits the fan, right? So, again, gotta figure out what to do today. So, this is the ambergris. What kind of action does it require? Interfacing, perfect. So we can help her out with our specialty. Specialty. Anyway, our frame specialty is interfacing. So this is good. We get to rewire the drones, and that's how we help them out. Ship shape. So there isn't any negative ongoing clock here. So we're pretty good. We are getting hungry, but we're also poor. So maybe today we can go a bit hungry as we maybe we can work at the overlook bar. Let's investigate. So let's not waste it. So we met a new character. We heard about something in the sealed dock. The hunter mentioned something in the sealed dock. So let's end the day with that. But let's check out, that's on the way. Let's pass by the overlook bar. It's a grimy spacer haunt. Or will you regret it, Bill? Will you regret not getting that mission done or getting that quest line done before leaving? But I get it. But hopefully once you're in vacation, you won't have anything to on your mind. You'll be able to relax. And the games will still be there. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands will still be there. ESO will still be there. But I hope you do enjoy your vacation and that you get to gaming soon. You gonna be out for long? For a week. It'll fly by, Bill. It'll get back to gaming. Are you playing the new expansion? Did you get the new expansion for ESO? What is it now? The High Isles? Still not really. I know that's what they call it, the High Isles, but it's not really a compelling title for me. But I hear ESO is still doing really well, plugging away at it, expansion after expansion, and perhaps I'll revisit it again. I did finish the campaign. I did finish the base campaign. I did have fun with it, but there's just so many games vying for attention right now. Izzy was just talking about it. In a few more days, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 will be releasing, and a bunch of other stuff. It's wild. But yeah, one of these days, I will be getting into Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. If I do find a regular group of friends to co-op with. And ESO, if I get that itch to revisit Tamriel. But yeah, I haven't seen much from the High Isles, but the track record of expansions for ESO have been pretty good. Okay, we have some dice. Right, we're going to the bar. Overlook bar. Get a drink. It's 6 credits. Buy rations. Tala keeps some expired Solheim. No, let's be a regular. Let's increase our contacts. We're gonna get a drink at the Overlook bar. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize alcohol, but this fungal drink fermented along the Greenway seems like a good test. So we're gonna work towards becoming an Overlook regular. The Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant, meaning the only way you'll gain trust around here is with a stiff drink. Right, this game, Bill, is Citizen Sleeper. It is on Game Pass. And before that... Oh, that is unfortunate. There's no crossplay? There's no crossplay between PC and console. Isn't it crossplay friendly with PC and console? For me, it's always a shame when players are separated by servers in MMOs, or that you can't visit your friends in other servers. So it's just very unfortunate. I really appreciate it when they're able to have, the shard system, or you can just choose the shard you want. Or if, like in EVE Online, everyone's on the same shard. You don't have to worry about, it sucks when you have different friend groups and different servers and you're not sure where to invest your time and effort in. But last I heard, it did have crossplay with console. It just sucks that if it's separate servers, I'm sorry to hear that. Especially, losing your game group on the console, on any console, then having to start somewhere else. hopefully you find your footing again. And about this game, this is Citizen Sleeper. It is on Game Pass. It is a tabletop RPG inspired experience about surviving in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. So it's a sci-fi adventure. You play as a sleeper, which is basically a digitized human consciousness in an android body. So think replicant. You're like a replicant. The whole premise is you have fled the big evil corporation which turned you into a slave and took your life away. You fled to the Eye, the station we're in right now, and you're trying to make a living. However, you are proprietary technology of SNARP, and they do not want this technology out in the wild. So you are being hunted down, and you don't know who to trust, and it's all about making the most out of each cycle or each day. As you see here, there are dice up here. So it's very board game-like in that if you ever played a dice placement board game before, you roll your dice each day and you have multiple actions to do on the station. Multiple locations to visit. These clocks are events that happen and you assign dice to actions. For example, here at low end, you have different actions here. You assign your dice. Your dice determine your results. The results give you the outcome. The outcome fuels into the game, fuels the game's clocks and actions, furthering the story and furthering the fulfillment of your drives. Surviving, getting to know Memphis, fix the ambergris, extract the past, etc, etc, etc. So we have a character sheet here. This is where the tabletop RPG comes in. These are your abilities and attributes. You are better in some actions than others. And yeah, it's heavy on text. It's a really nice game to just, take your time in, explore, and I'm finding it rewarding getting into a role player's mindset, because as I was saying earlier in the stream, you can treat this like a board game you want to win. So choosing optimal actions to survive and get your drives done, assigning the best dice to the best actions, but I like getting to the headspace of our sleeper. And this is one story. Later this month, they're going to be releasing a free expansion which introduces a new character with a new story. So think of it like a new hardcover adventure for this system. And there will be 3 major updates over the course of half a year. So I wanted to get the jump on that and be ready for the drop of the first expansion. Because I am quite drawn into by the writing. And I'm drawn in by the writing. And it is not exactly, it may not see you're assigning dice, you're clicking buttons, you're watching counters go up. But all of it has narrative sense, and these are the kinds of board games that I enjoy. Like, something that tells a story, something that you can play as a story. But there are a lot of moving parts, and I do like how they drew... The developers were talking about how it is tabletop RPG inspired. So there's just freedom of exploration and what you want to do here. And there are consequences to your actions. There are negative clocks, so not everything is positive, and there's no saves coming here. You fail your action, shit happens, live with it, deal with it, fail forward. How do you deal with your failure? So I do appreciate that as well. So there are stakes to your actions, like it's a dangerous action and you only have 1 die remaining, but it's important. What do you do? Do you just run away and leave this to, and deal with the consequences later? Or do you risk it all now? Because even with a 1, you have a 50% chance of success. But if the actions are tagged safe, risky, and dangerous, it gets super exciting when, this is a dangerous action, you're low on energy, you're going hungry, you have less dice. So it's about managing all of these things. Like, as you can see here, this is our hunger. And we're poor right now. We just lost our job, as I said, because I was obsessing too much about a certain freighter which just came in to the scrapyard. And it came in the same way we did. So we were kind of They told us not to look into it. We looked into it. So we lost our job. And was it worth it? No, we'd have more questions than answers. So that's why this cycle I've been looking for a job. I worked at the shipyard. I got to explore this rotunda where we got to explore, see the bar, see the ambergris, and check out the seal dock. So that's where we are right now. Some actions, they don't need dice. So you're limited. You only have a maximum of six dice actions a day. And you've seen all the locations and the different actions you can do. You can't do everything. And you have all of these drives to fulfill. So right now, since we just lost a job, we're looking for opportunities. And we're gonna try and become an overlooked regular here. And it's pretty much the gameplay loop. You plug things in, you advance your clocks, you enjoy the narrative outcomes. We could keep buying drinks, but I'm gonna need to save some money to eat. Now, thankfully, the drink gives us a bit of this food bar. One is fine, and it's cheaper. It's cheaper than Emphasis food stall. So I think we can go here for a snack if we're feeling peckish. However, we could buy rations. Expired Solheim rations. I guess it's still fine after the expiration date. It may not be fresh, but in case we need a store of food, maybe? Okay. I'm a bit wary about spending all our cash on the drinks, but we could advance this clock all the way to becoming a regular already. But before that... right, it's not just that. There's also there's a layer of cyberspace on top of everything else. So, here. However, interfacing with the cloud requires specific dice results. So like here, I need to match a 2 to interface with this. It's unfortunate. However... Oh, what? Oh, since I am a slicer, I have a +1. I could actually use a result of 3. Totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. Cool, so we can advance that. Let's use the 3 on this. So after visiting the bar, we want to help this guy extract data from the ruins of the former station. We want to extract old world data because he's going to help us with the tracker. Currently, the corporation we fled is as far as we can tell, the corporation that we fled sent a killer after us. So anyway, the stories we just started. This is just our second session. It's not actually a very long game. How long to beat says that a run may take maybe a dozen hours or so. But since I am reading the text and taking my time, our playthrough will be a bit longer. But I'm excited to see what happens once, all the negative clocks start to fill and the momentum starts to build. But alright, this is good. This is good. I'm happy that we took in the interfacing frame. Bypassing. Extracting data. Is this the cipher? We got the cipher. Now that we have the cipher, we can now plug it in to the Havenage gate. This gate keeps traffic out of the Havenage shipyard's internal network. So this ties in narratively well as well for me. I just worked the shipyards, right? So I can flavor it as Miku, my character. I just named it Miku because of the frame M1KU. Anyway, so Miku, it wasn't just me trying to look for a job in the shipyards. I was also looking for interface ports. I was also monitoring the signals and the waves coming out of the cloud. So it fits in. This is why we're working in the shipyard regularly now, because 2 birds with 1 stone, we get to do some hacking. So we got the cipher, a valuable cipher granting access to encrypted Havenage systems. So it's about that. You could look at this game as just a bunch of numbers to plug into to win the board game. I don't know how much, or your mileage may vary. Or you can look at these actions, connect the dots yourself, and build a story in your mind, which is what I'm doing. And I find that rewarding. So we need a cipher. Hopefully this works out. Alright. The gate flips. We're in. You know what they say? I'm in. Typing random strings of code. Press the enter button. I'm in. Cinematic hacking, right? Perfect. So now what? We have to plug in the Ripper Worm. Okay. Havenage port H33. An open port sits waiting for you to slot in a Ripper Worm. What will it find in there? Okay, a self-guided program that scalps data from closed networks. The worm slots in and begins tunneling down a thread. Godspeed, little one. There's a terrifying moment where our consciousness was almost deleted by a hunter AI. So, cyberspace, the cloud, is not safe as well. In typical cyberpunk sci-fi fashion, cyberspace is dangerous. Very Shadowrunner. Very Netrunner. See, here, Hunter. I think if we keep interfacing, we're gonna regret it. Or we are going to have a Hunter encounter. And this isn't depleting by the cycle. So, that's something to worry about. Okay. Jacking out of cyberspace. Back into meat space. Come on, Fang. Fang's Ripper Worm is installed, but it'll take a few cycles to run through the closed network. God damn it. Okay, it takes 3 cycles. How much time left do we have before we're hunted down and shot? 3. It's gonna happen at the same time as our hunted clock. So that's where a lot of the tension comes in. You know this is gonna happen, but you don't know what's gonna happen. So we are on a timeline here. And Fang promised to get rid of the tracker, but that's gonna finish at exactly the same time the people hunting us will get on the station. So we need to build a base here. We need to get to know people. We need tools to use in case they hunt us down and the tracker is still there. Now, the hunter mentioned the sealed path. Something here, something behind the sealed docks. Something linked to me. I'm so curious about this. So, these old maglocks look like they each need an encrypted key to open. Why the heavy security for decaying dock? Shoot. So we need a specific encrypted key. 2 maglocks seal the entryway to this dock. It doesn't look like anyone has been inside in years. Where do we get the key? Do we slice into places? Nah, that's okay. Let's do something else. So we're a regular. Let's become a regular at the Overlook Bar. You know, let's see if this pays off. We have. I'm sure we could still afford food tomorrow. So after a day, we installed the worm remotely. We interfaced well. It's time to get a well-deserved drink. Mossy tones and aniseed. Mossy tones and aniseed sharpness fills your mouth. It isn't totally unpleasant, at least you can taste it. Last one. Okay. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt, the spacer calls across the lower room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? Oh no, we're gonna get into a bar brawl. Right, well, this is what happens when I keep drinking here, right? Ignore him. You hunch a little further, staring at the 100 of tiny impact points that scar the bar. A hand falls on your shoulder. Pack. But as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Ooh, Tala, owner of the Overlook. Out! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you all into a hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. Let's be cool about this. Can we catch it? Catch! Oh wow, we just embarrassed ourselves. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. Oh, we lost health because of that. Try to be cool, chat. You know, catching that glass like a badass. Through the haze of glass and Girol vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Oh. Respect to Tala, this bar owner who handles her patrons. Now flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of Girol is slugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a good look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wounds, and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch, she smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages on your body. Only the string of status messages on your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. So, you been on the eye long? Just arrived, actually. Just arrived. I thought so. I've only seen you here a couple of times. A splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone is like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe space. Safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come. That if you need somewhere, you can always come here. Aww. The people we've been meeting are so nice. I'm just waiting for them to stab us in the back at some point. Or ditch us in our time of need. But so far, everyone seems genuinely interested in helping us. I know the rations we've got aren't much, and the company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar. And if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. I knew this investment would pay off. Actually, I didn't know. I didn't know this investment would pay off. But now we have an opportunity to work as a bartender at the Overlook Bar. Perhaps, one of those things, you work at the bar and you hear talk from the patrons and you hear stories here. They're the traditional, the trope of the all-knowing bartender who hears all the gossip and what's going on in town. I think that'll help us out. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis in the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, sleeper. Here. She slides the glass of Girol to you. This'll help. Okay, Girol. What is Girol? What is a chanterelle mushroom? Yeah, this mushroom-based alcohol that they're serving at Overlook Bar. Mushrooms everywhere. Easy to grow, I guess. I'm gonna have to meet Francis to get our. We need. Francis sounds like the person we need to go to know where to get those freaking mushrooms for Emphis. You know, Emphis the storyteller. You know, Emphis, why I'm so attached to Emphis. We were starving, we were lost on our first day. We found a stall. And he gave us food for free. But he did, of course, say first time's free. And he shared us a story with us. So we were starving and this guy helped us out. So I became a regular at Emphasis stall. So I do want to help him out. And now we have here Tala, another person who wants to help us out. So you're expecting everyone to want to stab you in the back, or hell, stab you in the front and shiv you and leave you to die in the streets. That's what I was expecting, but not yet. We're meeting some good people right now. And maybe that's what the writers are going for here. Because it's already enough that you are literally dying. You're being hunted down by a corporation. Shit is not looking good for you. They don't want to kick you down on the ground yet. You know, they want to introduce you to these people who actually want to help you, an outsider, a sleeper, who a lot of humans discriminate against. So this is refreshing, actually. It's quite optimistic. She stops, her hand still in the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Yeah, does my frame even process alcohol, metabolize alcohol? Nope, no idea. Let's find out. She laughs. Just don't sit here too long. I'd hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Girol. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. How does a frame taste alcohol? Alright, so we have some clocks extracting the past. Okay, we can't do anything about this yet. We're waiting for the scrapyard to come in because we're out of scrap allowance, and we don't even have money to purchase scrap, so that's on hold for now. Disabling the tracker, we have to wait until Feng and his worm gets the data that we need. Fixing the ambergris, this will come much later, I think. I don't know, we can help actually. We could help fix the ambergris right now. Do what we can until we can get the ship mine fabricated and do that. There's a fun little story about our getting the access to the Ort fabricator, which I think is like a 3D printer basically. Only trusted traders would have access to the fabricator. And on one of her first few days in the station, we happened to make a name for ourselves on the stock market. Or we became a trusted trader. We became a reliable trader at the Ort exchange. It is totally out of my frame's wheelhouse, but our roles were just godly. And we just kept getting positive outcome after positive outcome that within the same day, they gave us access to the fabricator. So we may as well put that to good use at some point. Emphis, we're gonna need 150 credits just to get to the freaking gap to get those mushrooms. And this is like endgame now. Survive, that's just a general thing. Wait for Sabine. Oh, let's buy a vial of stabilizer. Let's check that out, how much it is. Let's visit because we're getting low on energy right now. Yeah, fake it till you make it. And they don't know that I'm they don't know that I'm well versed in hacking. So, trusted trader. Okay. Repeatable action. Acquire stabilizers. Sabine is selling off the case of stabilizer vial by vial. We haven't been able to talk with them since your last visit. It is 100 cryo to not die, chat. I don't blame Sabine. Okay, Sabine is a doctor that we met. Sabine was also very... They felt very remorseful when they saw us. I'm thinking Sabine had a past, perhaps as a corporate doctor, and dealt with sleepers. And then basically the way they keep sleepers on board is basically, we have your meds, you work for us, you get your meds. You don't work for us, you die. So, now Sabine is working with the Yatagan. The Yatagan are basically, I think, the mafia right now. So, black market. So I don't blame Sabine that they're asking for 100 credits for vial. That's shit. Well, how much credits do we have? We have 20 cryo. Oh god. So there are like some survival and management elements to this game. At least we're not hungry. What can we do then? Let's fix the ambergris. Maybe earn a few chits. We're good at that, right? Let's interface. Sweet. We're gonna rewire some drones. Ankita has a couple of glitched repair drones in storage. If you can rewire them, they can repair the ambergris for you. Neutral outcome, 2 to the clock. One drone manages a couple of hours before shorting out, while the other fries itself, and you immediately. Ankita looks irritated. Hey, I tried. Critical action. We only do it once a day. What else can we do here? Amber hull repairs. Ankita needs all the help she can get with ambergris. Pockmark with damage. The hull is a good place to start. Again, this is emotional for me because we were just fired by Dragos. We learned a lot from Dragos. He took us in when no one else would. So I'm carrying these skills forward into the shipyard and to repairing these things for people. Let's help her out. Sweet. Positive outcome. 2 to ship shape. With Ankita's help, you systematically isolate, remove, repair, and reseal the hull plates. Amber looks better and better by the hour. Halfway there, chat. Halfway till Amber is space-worthy again. Then, if Ankita is an honorable mercenary, well, I think a merc's a good friend to have. Let's call it a day. We're flickering now. That means we're only going to get 4 dice. Unless we inject stabilizer. But I want to know, like, how much energy does one stabilizer restore? I don't know. I want to know because I don't want to waste it. Like, I can deal with like 1 die less. Okay, let's use the stabilizer once we're getting into once we're losing 2 dice. That's a lot. I don't want to lose 2 dice. So let's end the cycle. The other frame actually had photosynthetic skin, and you restore 1 energy a day. That would have helped. All right, so we're 2 ticks left before hunted. Oh god, terrible result. Well, these are good for hacking, I guess. Let's go back to hacking. The problem is we're like 2 ticks away from the hunter noticing our presence in the cloud. So please hurry up, Feng. Freaking 2 more cycles before Feng's done. Finally, a merchant freighter. Traveling merchants are here, but it is 60. Freaking. I could just buy the fragment outright. For 60 cryo. Hey, wait, I have 3 ship mine fragments. When did I get that? When did I get this, chat? Was it a reward from something? When did I get 3 ship mine fragments? I didn't know we had that. Jesus, we could have built it already. Alright. I think we're gonna have to go hungry. We're poor. Let's fabricate a ship mind. Could be reassembled with the right tools and few more fragments. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough, salvage fragments can be reassembled with the fabricator. The fabricator whirs and crackles as it assembles the ship mind. It opens to reveal a completed but heavily dented unit. Okay, now that you have a ship mine, now what? That's it? It's a... Oh, achievement, Minecraft. So we get an upgrade point. Sweet. Approach problems with awareness. That's into it. Or do we save, or do we bank our points so we can get Icebreaker? Agent nodes give double data rewards. But we've been doing a lot of engineering actions. Or should we get rid of our dump stat for Endure? Nah, let's keep that dump stat there. Okay, let's look at the end. Let's try to plan our character growth here. We have the way I've been playing the game so far. Look at this, instant karma. Reroll all of your dice once per cycle. Holy shit. If you have a bad day of rolls, just use instant karma. Once you get to reroll your dice once per cycle, that is big. So that's something I want to aim for eventually. And it does make sense for my character who has been approaching problems with a bit more awareness. You know, less brute force, more intuition. So this kind of falls in line with her. So I'm thinking I will be investing in interfacing and intuition. Let's keep that. Maybe that's where we got it, chat. Efficient extractor. Maybe that's where we... Oh, maybe that's how I got the scrap. So this actually was so useful. Because I wasn't keeping track of what we were earning. But if we earned those fragments from working at the shipyard, this already paid for itself. Thank you, efficient extractor. I like that. Worth it. Alright. Let's upgrade this. Work our way towards instant karma. That's gonna be 2 upgrade points. So those are the perks for dealing with these drives. We get points and we get opportunities. Okay. We already slotted in the Ripper Worm. That's all we gotta wait for. These 3 are all tied together with Feng. We need money. So let's go back to our day job at the shipyard. Can I sell data to Feng? Not yet, he's busy. He's busy with the data. Okay, what can I do here? +1, lock. Why is that a locked action? You need predictive... What? Skill upgrade required. Haggle over prices. Offloading goods. So 3 cycles. Well, I don't need to buy the ship mine fragment anymore because my perk was awesome. I didn't notice. We have like 5 scrap components. So who could use this? To sell? Sell for credits maybe? Let's keep an eye out for that. Okay, we need money. So let's work at the shipyard. I really wish there was a list view. Because I'm having a hard time keeping everything together. Like a list view of these are all the actions you can do. Or these are all the clocks. Is there a summary view? No. Should we explore new locations or should we earn money? I think we need to earn money because we're gonna starve to death at this rate. We need money for medicine, we need money for food. So let's do that. Ah, here. We can sell components. It's a repeatable action. The Art Exchange is always hungry for new hardware to buy up, break down, and sell off, and you're happy to supply it. We can play the exchange with a 6. Yeah. 19 cryo, hell yeah. And it's +1. So we can even use a 5. Which makes it a 6. I was meant to play the exchange. Okay, let's sell some stuff first. How much does it cost? Scrap components. $12 cryo per scrap components. You make some good cryo in the components, which moments later are being disassembled in front of you. What else will these scrap components be used for? Let's sell another one. Okay, so we were right. The ship mind core is the core of a ship AI, amputated in hibernation. I wonder if I can give this already to Ankita or sell it. Is it random? Oh, 12 cryo. Guaranteed. Alright, we're not poor anymore, chat. 5. Let's max this out. The flow of chits and components in the exchange is complex, but a sharp eye and some tight trades can net you a good margin. Hell yeah. 19 cryo. You snap up scrap by weight, then parcel it off to traders with a nice markup. You start to get a sense of the traders to trust. Alright, we're not in the red anymore. I could keep going. Or... why... okay, I could just... for credits, I could just work the market. Why would I work at the shipyard then? Oh, because we have this clock here that we might want to fill. I do want to do that. So let's make sure that we have a positive success here. Because we want to advance that clock so that they'll get to know us in the shipyard, which may provide us with more opportunities. I return to that. So Miku returns to that guy he helped out who gave us a tip. And we continue our work there. So shadowing the same shipbuilder gives us 5 cryo, but it advances the yard hand, which is fine. So now we have 2 1s. What do we do with that? Get some data to extract, maybe? Like, I'm still not sure when we'll be using this yet. Specific data, Yatagan data, Habitage data. Still not sure. This requires a 1, alright? I am super curious what happens if we fill the hunter bar up. But let's try to return to the ambergris. And is there any way to give the ship mine core to... or was Ankita just joking about that? Okay. Never mind then. I do not want to take the risk with the 1s on this. And we can only do it once a cycle for the critical. So we can't brute force our way through that. Oh, good service. The Overlook clientele can be a tough crowd, but you have Talas backing and that means a lot. Here, we can take a bar shift. Sure, maybe after working at the shipyard, we clean up a bit and we try our first bar shift. But with a 1, it's a 50% chance of failure. Well, let's... is it wise to be working at the bar with 1? What else can we do here? Input stabilizer. You know, let's do some slicing. I am so curious. Okay, we have 2 Havenage data. Let's get a second Yatagan data. Prepare for whatever we might need it for in the future. Keynotes, what are they for? What do we get out of this? Let's try it out. Extracting data. Ah! We got an encrypted key! Encrypted key is what we needed to unlock the sealed part of the docks. This is perfect. Oh, wow. Okay. So, those are for key nodes. Literally, key nodes. That's what we need, chat. Let's look for another key node. Here we go. Key node 4693. Alright, because of the sealed lock. Down here. Let's look at this key node 4693. Come on, come on. Ah, oh, crud. We don't have the same... We need a 3 or 2. Will another keynote give us the data we need? Yes! 3021. Let's see. This personal terminal is empty apart from a single high-level encryption. Locked by access protocols. Bypassing. Yes, we got 2 keys. Oh shit, but a glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of hunters. As the orb of Hunter's head... Hunter, we're calling it as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance, it is looking for you. Shit. I tried running the last time. Let's try to mask our signal. Let's try to mask our trace. Hide. You slip down into the ghostly structures of the eye, a feeling like passing through a cloud as their data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye. Closer now. That roving orb, wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter is here. Shit. Entity, submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way. Its waving threads create a cage. Struggle. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You're caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind, but you are already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. It's like traveling through the astral plane. You awake, dizzy, distorted, but safe. Shit. So it cost me energy. But I'm alive. So I guess you die, quote unquote, you die. Or your consciousness gets separated from your body, I guess, if you don't slice on low energy. We're going to lose a die next turn. So we're gonna have to take those meds. But holy crap, we can't even afford a dose. It's 100 freaking credits for a dose. But I think that is productive, chat. We got 2 keys. We got a stream of passcodes able to unlock the station's aging maglocks. That means, for our trouble, we can find out what the hell is behind the sealed docks. Okay. The maglock thunks open, and you can remove it from the entryway onto the next one. Oh my god, what's here? Last maglock. Okay. Oh my god. Neo Event 33, a mysterious machine. So why was Hunter talking about you? Huh? A decaying vending machine. Neo Event 33. Look at this, it's so adorable. As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. Approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet, it is covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor, intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. Kind of like those Borderlands vending machines. Continue. The manufacturer is listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago. Squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, Wish chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance in their rented ships. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. Press some keys. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multitonal voice that emanates from Neovend. Entity, they hiss. Speak with me. Is this the hunter? Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath, before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. Ah, interesting. You are in danger. Are you the vending machine? A squeal. Chose this vessel for its seclusion. Please listen. The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. This is why Hunter was trying to look for this. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter. The Hunter Protocol. They taste your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable. Move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets. But emulation makes you target. Adaptable. Yes. You can move through networks, clouds, hardware, software, Neovend whines. But you cannot hide there. Hunter is there. The servos judder the vending machine's casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine. An unusual hiding place for sure. So it's some person's consciousness. Well, what can you do, right? Trap. But look at it, it's so cute. The 3D printers up there, like in the top section over there, and the whirring noise from the 3D printing is what's making the vending machine talk. I don't know why they can't just use the speakers, but can counter Hunter, but need entity outside machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded. The cloud. Points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests, explains Neovend. Masters are gone, but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests. Ah.
Masters. Station builders, Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone. Their protocols still haunt. Oh shit. Bring offerings, save self. Neoven says pointedly. Mutual need means friends, they conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades and you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears. Damn, that's a revelation. Okay. Free Neovend. Neovend is hiding from the Hunter protocol. You need your help to counter it. So this is what the data's for. Neovend believes that hunters compulsively gathered data might hold the key to escaping its tenacious search. So Neovend wants data on the Hunter protocol's actions and behaviors so we might counter it. What do we give then? So specific nests. Oh, Hunter nest. Well, we don't have dice left. The nest is a tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible Solheim communication codes. Okay, I'm still not sure what to do with the Atagan and Havenage data. I mean, it comes in later. So, interesting. We need to counter the Hunter. So, we'll do that next cycle. We don't have dice anymore. So, I think that's it for the day. Alright. Let's have a nightcap at the Overlook Bar before turning in. Oh, I can just buy rations. Oh, wait. We already lost that potential. Okay. Tala keeps some expired Solheim rations behind the bar for those wary spacers who ask why Overlook doesn't serve food. So this is cheaper than Memphis. But what is it? Let's see. Thankfully, the rations barely trigger the limited taste sensorium of your frame. It's like eating sheets of cardboard. So cheap, but shitty food. I wonder if there's a risk of like getting sick or something. Alright, that kept us fed. Let's retire for the day. And they need to hurry up because the Hunter is coming. Or the corporation is coming. I'm gonna use the bathroom first. BRB. We'll continue the next cycle. Alright, we're back. End cycle. Oh god, we're fading. Maybe I need to sell all my scrap components. I haven't seen any other use for it except for selling. Man. Okay. Now we're super limited. We need to Missing 2 dice is a lot. If I inject the stabilizer, will it allow me to roll? Without regular doses of stabilizers, sleeper bodies actively decay. A corporate insurance policy to disincentivize escapees like you. Oh man. And then now next cycle, like tomorrow, the next cycle, we're gonna be hunted down. And fuck. Okay. Let's go on with the day, use as much energy as we can. We can extract hunter data from Neovend. Okay. Survive. We need to buy a vial of stabilizer. That's 100 credits. Let's sell all our scrap. Extract the past. We already slotted in the Ripper Worm. Oh, come on. One more. Fang. One more. Okay. So this is tied to Feng. Disable tracker, extract the past. Let's check in on Ankita and the ambergris. Oh, we can't wire the drones anymore. Actions unavailable. This is the repeatable action, so risky. Alright. Let's first try to get some data. I'm gonna hate this. Hunter nest. Uses a 1. This nest is a tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible Solheim communication codes. What if you use a 3? Will that give us a better result than a 1? Or will it give us a result of 3? Anyway. Extracting from the hunter's nest. Alright, we got hunter data. Random data obsessively collected by the Hunter Protocol. Damn it, I should have checked first. Because we could have taken out 2 nests. Because we had a 1 and a 3. Could have used the 1 here. It's okay, I could use a 3 for in the real space. Oh, I could use a 3 here. First, let's give the data. Return to the vending machine. So Neoven believes that hunters compulsively gather data might hold the key to escaping his tenacious search. Start action. As you upload the data to the vending machine, Neovend whirs in either pain or delight. It's hard to tell. So data compiling. We need 2 more. Alright. I think... Wait, what's this? Salvage sortie. It takes several cycles to reach the starward belt. Ah, okay. The salvage team is going to come back in 3 cycles. For the merchant freighter, I don't need to buy ship mine fragment. I already have one. Let's sell the scrap components. Or what can we do here at low end? Okay, maybe later we'll start to make ourselves known in low end. Let's use our high roll for the ambergris. Because this is risky. Ugh, just 1 tip. It turns out years of retrofits have made Amber a fragile patient. Each repair is 2 steps forward and 1 step back. 3 more ticks before she's in tip-top shape. Let's collect more data. You recognize some of the data tangled into this nest. Is this a partial log of your recent movements? Well, they do want to delete us, right? Uploading hunter data. One more. We'll be good next cycle. We could have done it if we were not so tired. But that's it for today. Let's turn in for the night. Okay, and this is gonna be one. Let's see what happens once the hunter clock fills up. Holy crap! Okay, we need to stabilize. Oh, goes to full. You feel the stabilizer fizzing inside you, your artificial muscles cramping in sequence. Oh crap. Cynical bounty hunter, Ethan. Hold it there, sleeper, comes a voice from behind you. Don't you run. Well, I wouldn't know, right? The cynical bounty hunter. I wouldn't know he's a cynical bounty hunter. He's just a guy and... Okay, this guy's approaching me. And he said, hold it there, sleeper, don't you run. Maybe I can like... I don't know. Stay still. Good, good. A hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Ethan spins you around. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know he's terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put. He laughs a cruel laugh. That a sleeper thing? You're my first. We just end the game. Game over. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though. That's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off of godforsaken moons. He splits the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on a contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrist. Go easy. Make a break for it. You see a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. Ugh. Then the shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ear. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. I don't think I had much of a choice. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me. I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home, he whistles. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. Please stop. Who hired you? Obviously the company. None of these are good options. You know, why not? Who hired you? Your daddy's at S&R. They want you home for dinner. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to S&R right away. That tracker of yours makes this too quick. Was hoping you'd put up a bit more of a chase, you know? A running battle through the bright market maybe, or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. Damn it, it's just the timing that finished at the same time as when our tracker was supposed to be removed. We should have focused on Feng's thing before the tracker caught up to us. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That SNR tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to ship, we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. What's my better idea? What if I bring him to the Overlook bar? Because I got friends there. Well, what's my better idea? I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and then try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, muses Ethan, I've got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading for the exit. He pauses, and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea, starts Ethan. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run, or leave, or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But, he smiles. You come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay my tab, I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab. He rattles his handgun. You get the idea. Wow, this guy's giving us a chance. We can disable the tracker. But this is exciting though, like, we didn't get to finish getting the tracker out in time. I get it. Okay then. That sounds to me like a deal. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you. But this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt, and the rings release from your wrists. I'm going to see if I can find my old stool at the Compressor Club. Come see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker. So don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? Feng! Well, he could have gotten more cryo out of us. Disable the tracker. Pay Ethan's tab. Maybe if you manage to pay his tab, Ethan will leave you alone. Wishful thinking, perhaps, but what else can you do? You were just free income for him. Wait for Ethan to run up a tab. Yeah, no, we're gonna disable the tracker. Finally, I run. So Miku runs to Feng. As you arrive, Feng comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came. Wait, Feng, go where? To see Hard and Huss. He gives you a sideways glance. Isn't that what you are here for? He steps into the passageway, guiding you downring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. The company's here for me, Feng. The data you ripped, well done by the way, he grins. Tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection of the Siderel's horizon this cycle. It's the perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Feng takes a sharp turn onto a dimly lit side passage. Sidereal horizon? Sidereal? Still catching up. That's the massive colony ship being built out in the shipyard. Biggest commission Havenage has ever had. Fang slows and slips into a dark service tunnel where somewhere a water pipe drips in the black. It's him, Sleeper. The same hardened husk. A worm ripped out decades of records that mentioned him by name. An entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He rode out the whole thing, slipped into Havenage when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here, running the station one day, and then Erlin's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were born to work non-stop to keep a berth on the station, and water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them in, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time, Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while the severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died. Thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified, and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlin, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true. But my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV and welded it to the dock, while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Fang pauses in the dark. They sealed it up though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black. Apart. Fang finally turns back to you now, his eyes burning. Apart from shits like Hardin. Shits who held their place, rode it out, and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Fang starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time, his past catches up with him. How was he still alive? Clearly, you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Feng rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling, you can see ships in mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. This is crazy. Feng turns to look at you. Don't come then. I won't force you. You stand across from each other in the corridor. What is it then, Sleeper? You coming or not? I steel myself. With the corporation hanging over my shoulders, I need to do something. Change something. I'm coming. Feng grins. Let's go though, let's go show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead through the complex, snatches of the construction base always appearing through the windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Feng seems to know exactly where he is going, and before long, you cross into a huge dry dock locked to one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time. A group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship and the other, stick thin, cleanly dressed, with a shock of gray hair. Hardin. You and Feng say his name in unison, and Feng sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Hardin nodding along. Oh wow, he just shout, Hardin Hurst! Feng shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. I thought we were gonna drop a ship on him or make an accident happen, but no. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figures turn. Hardin, senior Havenage member. Yes? Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Feng, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. You are a traitor, Hardin. A Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Feng's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of. Everything Erlin stood for. Everything Havenage stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around at those around him. Some are smiling, the others nervous. You are from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Hardin, inspecting Feng's clothing. Feng turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Feng and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true. As you begin speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around at the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You are a product of Essen Arp. You have no place in a Havenage shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Fang holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right. I am systems. And I have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I am asking you to take this man into the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. Yeah, this wasn't exactly the best way to go about it. You hear it now, the echoing sounds of boots and walkways coming from all angles at once, and then settling behind you. Please, says Hardin, submit the data through the correct channels. Then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Feng spits. Hardin, you shithead! You can't wriggle out of this one! A security officer draws their weapon and levels it. Feng turns and stares him down. My frame is not for fighting. Calm, Feng. You look at Feng. He shakes his head and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's go, says Feng, and he pushes through security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Feng is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket, and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got him, mutters Feng. Aha! So that really was just a distraction. Smart. What is that? That, Sleeper, is something I want added to Hardin's personal slate. We're tracking his outgoing messages. Feng's grin looks ghostly in the uplight of his screen. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough, and they'll give the game away. He jabs at the slate, and you see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring, lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots? These are Hardin's buddies. The ones he's messaging right now. And we are going to find them all. That was on purpose. Of course. Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. Feng glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We better split for now, Sleeper. But this is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pat on your shoulder, Fang drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Fang! The corporation's after me. I need your help. Alright, we have a upgrade point. Let's bank this for instant karma. Oh god, seriously? Okay, the game was designed for you to... It seems like the game was designed for you to not be able to remove your tracker until much later. Because we're gonna have to continue to help Feng if we want this tracker out. If he can get to the bottom of this mystery first. So we gotta make that as our priority right now. But in the meantime, we'll have to pay this freaking guy's tab. Or he's gonna shoot us. Okay. At the same time, in cyberspace, the hunter's after us. We need to disable the hunter protocol. We are trapped. We're gonna need friends. But first, we need something to eat. Oh god. Chaotic Bright Market Club. Let's just check it out. Let's pass by Ethan's tab. You see Ethan at a distance shouting from the bar for more drinks. This bill isn't going to be small, is it? 4 days before we have to pay Ethan's tab. Oh god. Emphasis stall. We're gonna eat something. We're starving. I'm getting hungry myself in real life. Leave. Let's sell at the exchange. Sell all the scrap components. Okay. I hope we didn't need any of that. So we have 101 credits. We can buy another dose. Or continue working. We need to work. Alright. So let's continue to fix the ambergris. Maybe having a merc on our side will give us more options for when we have to encounter our good friend. Neutral outcome. Should I risk it? Should I... Okay, I'm in. Shine. Let's risk it. Positive outcome. Oh, and we did it. Oh my god. Oh, RNG was in our favor. With Ankita's help, you systematically isolate, remove, repair, reseal, and now the ambergris is in ship shape. Leave. Ankita is crouched in the computing core of the ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruin the core's connectors when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Can we repair it? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mined. I do have a ship mine core. Not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. She sighs. Fragments, maybe. Sections of a mine. But a complete ship mined? No way. Miku smirks as she carries the weight of the ship mine core in her pack. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of amber, though you could find the way back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Ankita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and... I have a ship mine core! Ankita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the galley, though it's hard to tell. Most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. She starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mine. I can salvage one. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe if we check the ort exchange or speak to some scrap dealers. She rubs her forehead. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid. But hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends. You're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you've put in on Amber, and I'm sure she would too, if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You won't dare to count them. Get me that ship mine, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. But I have one right here. You won't. Okay, she gave us this money. We know where to buy what we need. Let's fabricate another ship mine designed for Amber. You won't. She sighs. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. Why doesn't Ankita do it herself? You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Ankita's ship mine somehow. I have one right here. Okay. What if can I give the ship mine? Yeah, I can. Ankita gave you a stack of chits so you could acquire a ship mine for Amber. Better make sure you deliver. I could just keep the credits and give what I have. Oh, but that doesn't feel right. Is there a way to give back the credits to Ankita? Okay, let's check first how much. He gave us 100 credits. That's not enough to build. Look, we can buy it from here. We could buy. Oh my god. And it's limited supply. Ship mine fragments are hard to come by. So we can only get 2 fragments. You need 3 fragments to make one at the fabricator. So not only are we going to spend more than what she's given us, we wouldn't be able to buy the fragment outright. So we would have to spend cycles to repair. When we have the ship mine core right here. Other ways I could do it is salvage. I could salvage it here in the shipyard. But we lost our job at Dragos' shipyard. So immediately, we don't have access anymore to salvage. So, Ankita, if there's an option to return the money, I would return the money. If there's no option, I'm gonna say that Ankita let us keep the credits for our trouble anyway. It's like she has to pay for the ship mine core anyway, right? What am I thinking? So that's the cost of the ship mine core. You drop the huge cylinder onto the mess room table. Ankita can't hide her excitement. Yeah! We can reroll instant karma. Boom. Reroll all of your dice once per cycle. I think that'll be useful for us. And we've been doing it intuitively. And who knew that, like, I was wondering, what do we need this ship mine core for? And just so happens, someone is in the market for a ship mine. You drop the ship mine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang. Ankita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper! Did you actually land a ship mine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit. It might actually work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get it? I built it. I did, with the fabricator. I built it. Built it? Well, you are full of surprises. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws the slate onto the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers. Nothing that exciting, along with what looks like a transit timetable. I found them. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular. She points at a name on the list. Or more specifically, Ashton Cade. It was his pass that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mine. Wait, it was his pass that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mine. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his pass stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. There's the gap again. 150 credits to pass the gap. Founder's Gap. That big rift in the station. You can't cross it without the Founder's Ferry. She glances back in her seat. I know some of the crew over at the ferry. Old mercs. Used to run in an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifests and there he was. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to ground. She flexes. He won't get far though. There's no real docks out there. Only a couple of jetties in the wastes. Going after him? Not yet. First, I want to fit the ship mine. She pauses. But maybe you could help me out. Where's this going? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the wastes no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton doesn't know you. I have big problems right now on my plate, people, but okay. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not the stacks. You'll have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you a calm earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. Okay, I like the sound of that. She shifts in her seat. The thing is, I haven't got much left. So, how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? Yes. I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? She meets your eye. Discount on the ferry and 200 cryo in addition to the 100 for 100 for the ship mine that we worked our butts off for. Okay. And maybe you can help me take care of another merc who's after him. Well, no, professional standards, right? That other freelance merc was contracted to get me, so it's all legal. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good, I owe you. She lifts the ship mine up onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm going to go get this fitted into Apper's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, let me know. She goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. Why do I get a feeling that she's the one screwing me over? Now, honest work, honest pay. Ankita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mine, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden, nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get work as a mercenary. But then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. Heck yeah. Alright. That's a good development for our playthrough. We will be ending the stream soon. We have one more die. I feel like we should get that money. Because... oh no, we also have the vending machine to help out. We have the free Neoven. Okay. These are important tasks, alright? Before we head over to the Gap, we need to get money enough, perhaps enough to delay this. I don't know how much Ethan's tab is gonna be, but if we don't have the money, we're dead. We need to... wait, how do we disable our tracker? We need to give Feng some time. But ever since your trip to the shipyard, Feng has been missing from his bay. What is going on? We have 4 days. This is aligned with Ethan's tab. So it's designed in such a way that we will have to deal with Ethan. Fortunately, Ethan's given us this opportunity. This will just be something else to maintain. I have a bad feeling that tab is only going to grow. So we're gonna need some money and income coming in. We can't do anything right now about our tracker because we just have to help Feng. And that's 4 ticks. So what's the discount now? Heck yeah, 100 from 150. When you mention Ankita, the space you're selling passes smiles. It'll give you a discount on passage to the Greenway. Thanks, Ankita. It pays to know people. So this is gonna be 100 cryo. We could do that already. Risk it all. Get the 200 credits. Pay off the tab. Buy some medicine. Get it all in one go. I think we're enough. We have food in our belly. We have maximum energy. It is a waste to use that pill. Okay, to be fair, if we waited all the way until we got to like low energy, we could have died. Like some complication may happen which drains our energy and we die. Or shut down. And we don't want to risk it. So maybe half away, we'll want to use the meds to get back up to full. Because having 1 action a day is also pretty shitty. Or 2 actions a day. 3 is already hurting. So maybe that's our limit. Let's see how it is as we progress through the game. But we need to leave these explorations for later because we want to be freely able to explore cyberspace. We need to get rid of the hunter. So that's a long-term goal by helping Neovend, by freeing Neovend. Or maybe the plot twist is perhaps Hunter is keeping Neovend. I don't know. I don't know who. Can we trust Neovend? I think we can. We can help counter it, so we need that definitely. To do that, we're going to need to invade Hunter's nests. So I can use this one for this actually to get more data. But let's save this die for what's across. Let's do some merc work and cross Founder's Gap. Let's use the 100 credits we earned from the ship mind. A heavily tattooed spacer takes your chits and tells you to prepare. She'll be waiting at the edge for your arrival. Here we go. Founder's Ferry to the Greenway. Take the ferry across the Founder's Gap to the Greenway. Here we are. Founder's Ferry, Rim Transit. Do we have to keep paying to cross? I didn't think about that. Okay. No, we have a pass, so I think we're good. So new section off the space station. Look at that. Holy crap, there's even more. So the tip-off was he might be in the waste. It's like all the way at the end, right? But holy crap, there's another zone to explore. Oh, man. Okay, so what can we do here? We want mushrooms for Emphis. Be nice to have, but we have a job to do. We're a mercenary now. We need money. So what's here? Map the pathway and walk the greenway. This is risky and dangerous. We have one die. That is not good. Haifa commune, self-sustaining community. These are safe actions. We can get to know, we can become a Haifa member. So what are the benefits of this? Joining a commune. Work the grow beds, feeding the members, feeding their lab work. Huh. Newcomers to the commune can work within the canteen, preparing and serving food for those that make the compound their home. Maybe this is how we get... Actually, let's check the tracker. Okay, what's the lead here? This is the lead. Wild margins, artificial wilderness, and the wastes. So what's this? It's risky and dangerous, but this is where you might find the mushrooms. Oh. Or we could search for signals. Tracking Ashton. The wastes. What's this? It's locked. Out here at the edge of the habitable parts of the eye, everything is scrap. The trick is finding components that are still usable and staying safe. Oh, we need skill upgrade for this. Not our frame specialty. Nope. So that's kind of locked off to us for the game. Unless we work towards that. So not exactly the wastes. We're going to work through the wild margins towards this place. But we have a 1. Thankfully, we can upgrade it to a 2. Because our interfacing works. But we might get a condition. But this will... Okay, +3. Oh man, do we want this 50% chance? Or do we want to come back with more dice? Okay, you know what? We look at this place first. We check it. We don't have enough resources right now to do the tracking. We finally got that pass. I want to see if we have to pay again. Thankfully, it's an unlimited pass. Multi-pass. Okay. This is good. We're gonna go merc work tomorrow. We're going to wind down the day of this cycle by delving into our problem here. We're gonna do a lot of interfacing in the future, so we want to get rid of the hunter. That is of paramount importance. From what you can gather, this nest contains thousands of name strings. Are these Erlin's Eyes residents? And we get some money sometimes based on our perk for interfacing. Alright. We have more Hunter data. Let's deposit it to the Neovend. And this will clear the clock. Awesome. Alright. Find a way to counter, so this will give us more freedom in interfacing for when we want to track down people as a merc. So let's see what happens with Neovend. Neovend is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over, would Neovend be able to get back up? Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neovend flashes the sequences of mangled data, compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Speaking to us through the 3D printer. Outlived operational limbs. Okay. Operational limits? Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property. That last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by administrator intelligences. Huge databanks of corporate material. But limited cognition. Restricted by programming. Cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law. Yeah, that's why the hunter's been looking for him. Aren't you sentient? I am. Not administrator. Not restricted. Complicated. The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows. Fear killer. Part of Solheim Protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find, killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community, unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter, then killer. Then we hid. Oh shit. There are others. Were. No longer. A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this, through this machine, must be exhausting for Neovend. Found this basic vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwalled. Basic limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self. But survived. Oh man, yeah, that is a problem, right? Like, when you're choosing a new vessel, what's that recent thing I played or watched or something? And, oh right, I was kind of weirded out from Persona 5 Strikers when the AI was able to fit itself into the phone of Joker. And I was thinking, what's such a complex system, such a complex AI, wouldn't they have to dumb themselves down to fit on your meager phone? I don't know, suspend our disbelief. But this does make sense, It's a basic thing, and it's sad. This had to amputate itself, even though it is just a shackled intelligence. It's sentient. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You have provided path to freedom. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto this space, but it seems impossible. Neovend, I like that name. Neovend interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke Killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke Killer on self. Problem will solve self. Haha, could it be that simple? Like, joke's on you, you're sentient. It will erase itself. Killer will erase it. But yes, in theory, it will report itself for deletion. The machine dims and fades. Unsure. Theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine. Cannot move self, but sleeper entity can help. Bring ship mind.
Oh god, we gave away the ship mind to Ankita.
The consequences of our actions. We had to fabricate another ship mind, Jad. Oh, fuck. Okay. Bring ship mind. Designed to house intelligence. Can imprint self into ship mind and you can carry with. The machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. Then, we find Maid Nest of Hunter and link to Cloud. Where can I get a ship mind? Build from fragments. Buy. Salvage. We cannot leave, so do not know. Okay, we're gonna buy the fragments. You tried to think of places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. Oh, you tried to think of places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In ship mine, I can help us both. End Hunter. Make Rim safe. We both will be free. The machine dims. Find soon. New event adds hopefully before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences shackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. Whew, okay. That's the end of our cycle. We're gonna need to build another ship mine. Thankfully... No, we have to buy this now because the merchant freighter is going to be... It's going to leave. But... we need money or we don't have the... we won't be able to pay off the tab. Oh, God. Oh, we're being backed into a wall here. No. Okay, we're gonna spend this now because the merchant... they're leaving. They're leaving, so at least we can get one ship mine fragment. That'll buy us... that'll shave off some time. Then we work at the shipyard to hopefully get some salvage. Or is that the only way? I'm not sure if we'll be able to get scrap there. God. Anyway, we'll spend this now because this will leave tomorrow. Offloading goods, see? Like one more and then it's it. So this will be the last day, I think. Or is it fills up and then another day? Either way, we have to build. If we can get cryo tomorrow, we should get another ship mine fragment. Then we just have to salvage for the third one. Perhaps using our perk to build that ship mine so we can counter Hunter. Alright. I hope I don't regret this. You reluctantly hand over the chits. You know they're fleecing you, but you need this. Because we don't have this. We cannot haggle yet. We need to upgrade one of our perks to haggle. So, with that, that's where we're going to keep it. That's where we're going to pause for now. But tomorrow is going to be a packed day. We're going to take on our first job as a mercenary. Hopefully get some good rolls. We do have a perk. We have full energy, so we'll be going at it full, with full dice. And we're going to try and track down our target for 200 credits. And hopefully we'll get 2 birds with 1 stone. We fulfill the contract, get Ankita on our good side, and find more ship mine fragments. Alright. So we're gonna be ending that cycle. Well, we're gonna end the cycle and see what happens tomorrow. But that's it for today. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It is great to see you regulars who came back after so long, finally recovered and finally back in the seat, and we're back to regular programming. So I do apologize again for, well, not being able to stream, but I'll be able to I'll make it up to you guys. We'll be streaming a bit more when I find the time to, and we gotta catch up on lost time. So thank you everyone for dropping by. Bill, Rexira, Korgol, Izzy, and Bill. I already said Bill. It is great to see you all again after so long, and I'll see you for the next stream. That'll be Thursday. I'll be coming back to Stray. I'm excited to get back and meow to our heart's content. So our Thursdays and Saturdays will be filled with Stray. If we don't finish on Thursday, I'll be finishing on Saturday. But I would stream some more, but I do have a full schedule as well in terms of tabletop RPGs, which is great. It's been back because I was also in hiatus for a bunch of other games, but we're hitting our stride again, and games are getting back to regular schedule. Probably share more about those stories in the future. I was thinking of, I don't know if that's if that's a segment people would be interested in, like recapping what's happening on my tables. But anyway, I'd love to play in the future. But this has been an interesting playthrough so far. We've been tying up the threads. The narrative is still been quite consistent. Our character, I think, as well. Based on our actions, I'm kind of getting a handle of how to roleplay this sleeper, Nico. But some interesting developments, and we've just gotten started. I'm actually not sure what's gonna happen, especially with Ethan hanging over his shoulder. How much is he gonna ask for his tab? That's an interesting deal, but it's a race against time. We need to help out Feng, who needs to get. I mean, can't we tell him, Feng, it's urgent? There's someone who's holding us at gunpoint. Can you help me get this tracker off before I help you? But I guess it's not an option. We gotta help these people who can return the favor to us and help us out of our own problems. So hopefully we can get that done. So tomorrow, or at least in the next cycle, we will fulfill a Merc contract. We will find parts to build a ship mine to counter the Hunter program in the cloud, and we will survive. So that's it. That's all I got for you all. For anyone who may be lurking, if you enjoyed this content, please consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter and Instagram. And it's been quite a while, and I'd love to hear more stories from you and continue the conversation if you wish. Our Discord is open 24/7 if you're into that. So thank you, everyone. A lot of games to look forward to. Enjoy, happy gaming. For all of you going on vacation, please enjoy your vacation, and I'll see you all for the next one. Take care, everyone, and as always, welcome to the table. Have a good one.